If you could turn on the live streaming now, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Senator Chip Curry, and I will be presiding over this work session for the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. We are convening this meeting via Zoom, and it will be live streamed on our YouTube channel as well as recorded there for later viewing. Purpose of this meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order to for members to consider the legislative proposals before them and make recommendations or reports to the legislature. Only committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel, as I just said, and also recorded. We are also broadcasting the audio of this meeting on the legislature's website. Please be aware if you are brought from the, if you're participating via Zoom and are currently in the attendee list, and I invite you to come, if I invite you to come to the panelist, at that point, you will be seen and heard if your camera is on and your mic is on. Also, if this is the first time participating in this format, realize that your screen does go blank for a little bit as you are transferred. Don't worry, you'll eventually show up on the panelist group. This is a public meeting. I must remind everyone that while we are meeting, discussion must happen on screen and not by way of Zoom chat. You may use Zoom chat for any technical issues, and if you need to reach out to the committee clerk. Although what I've found mostly is that's best done via the phone, and the committee clerk can be reached at 287-4880. Just a reminder, members will speak at leave of the chair. Materials are provided electronically for this meeting, either through the screen share, which the committee analysts will be doing via email, or posted. Most like our strongest, most consistent space is posting on the committee website under committee materials. When it comes to the vote, we'll all need to be present and with screens on in order to take a roll call. I think that's the last of the items we need to discuss. I'll now open the work session on LD 1694. And before we get started, I want to recognize to the public and to the committee members that we received a rather substantive amendment last night. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Olson. I think around 9:30, the committee members received a rather substantive amendment. So my intention for today is this bill 1964 is a bill that originated in the first session, was carried over to do work. We saw it in from public hearing, then we had a work session. I'm going to say a couple of weeks ago. I don't have the exact date. More work has happened on it, and now we've received a pretty substantive amendment. My hope for today is that we can dive into that and in all detail. If we need to get more input from folks that are not here, or from interested parties, or have more questions answered, I would hope that after we dive into the discussion today, we may consider a tabling motion in order to get that information. So if that's the case, after working this bill for a while, I certainly am in support of a tabling motion in order to, if there are options, or if there is a need to get more information. With that, we'll open up LD 1964, and at this point, I'd invite Representative Hassenfuss and Ms. Olson. How would you like to best introduce the amendment that you've worked on and shared with the committee?
I'll take direction from Representative Hassenfuss, who's behind the amendment as drafted. I'll just note, I did also put the amendment this morning through the portal for those members who are not committee members who might be interested in the document. It's there. Committee members did receive it by email last night.
Great.
Ms. Olson, sorry, Mr. Chair,
Representative Hasselfuss, do you want to walk us through your amendment? Or would you like?
I'll walk us through it. Does it make sense for everybody to just kind of go paragraph by paragraph? And Ms. Olson, please feel free to jump in at any point that you would like.
To the length, can I?
Oh,
Representative Geiger, I knew something was up. I skipped a page in my introductions, in my script. Thank you, Representative Geiger, for the chat. Before we get started, let's do some introductions. So, thank you, Representative Geiger. Would you kick us off?
You're welcome, Mr. Chair. A lot of balls in the air. Good morning. My name is Valley Geiger. I'm representative for District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
Good morning. I'm Representative John Andrews, District 73, which is Paris, Hebron, and Buckfield.
Good morning, Representative Jack Ducharme, House District 111 from Madison, Norridgewock, and Solon.
Representative Austin, your mic is muted.
I thought it, there we go. Good morning, Maine. I'm Representative Sue Austin. I hail from my hometown of Bray. I also represent the good folks of Raymond, Casco, and all of Fry Island.
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, House District 81, Winthrop, Reedfield, and part of Monmouth.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Reagan LaRochelle from House District 86, representing part of Augusta.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent District number 149, which is Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden. Good morning from Augusta this time.
Good morning. I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, representing House District 6, the majority of North and South Berwick.
And good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Senator Chip Curry, represent Senate District 11, which includes the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County, where we are a good 35 degrees colder than yesterday. So welcome, everybody, and thank you, Representative Geiger, for reminding me of the process. I also want to introduce our committee analyst, Ms. Rachel Olson, who will be helping us throughout the day today, and also our committee clerk, Ms. Eva Reed, who will be supporting us on the technical and aspects of the committee today. Ms. Reed can be reached at 287-4880 if you have any technical concerns, or eva.reed, R-E-E-D, at legislature.maine.gov. With that, we will go back into work session, and Representative Hassenfuss, would you like to walk us through? Might I suggest that we go because of the length of it, let's take some questions as we go through parts. And so if we could do it, we'll go a little bit and then take questions and then go a little bit. Ms. Olson, would you mind screen sharing the amendment? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so Olson, you'll probably have to follow along where I take us, I guess, is where we'll go. So hopefully I won't
the size of this.
Ken, yep, sorry, I'm just arranging. Sorry, I've got a lot of windows that I have to restack. Sorry. Let me, there we go. How is that?
Thank you.
Okay.
And so I'm going to walk us through the big, the more 10,000 foot view of this, and then Mr. can walk through a little more of the minutia that I skip over. But please feel free to ask any questions at any time. And so starting with it, the findings section and purpose, as Ms. Olson discussed in our initial work session, that section of statute is sort of superfluous. And as long as we're clear elsewhere, we don't particularly need that. Often that type of language is used if there be litigation on a bill so that it can clearly identify the intent of legislature without, forcing the court to look back into legislative records and such. I'm happy to add language here if the committee feels that clarifying it for the general public or for the actual member of the board or other agencies within government would be helpful. But I just took the suggestion that we don't necessarily need it as long as everything else is clear in the rest of the statute. So that's where that big process out comes from there. The meat of it starts with the main redevelopment. Land Bank Authority established, and it's establishing the land bank as a sort of quasi-government agency. The purpose section has been chunked down into sort of one paragraph that's got a lot in it, but it essentially explains what the land bank will do. It's going to assist municipalities and other entities in the redevelopment of eligible properties, which eligible is defined later on in the amendment, in order to return those eligible properties to a use that will promote economic growth. So it encompasses a lot in that one sentence, but that's the point of this land bank. And the key there is to assist municipalities and other entities. That the land bank doesn't really do anything for itself. Its primary function is to assist municipalities and other entities. And then I see a question.
Representative Geiger, you have a question?
I do, thank you. So I want to go back up to the top and just and would welcome Ms. Olson's comments to it. I think this is a complex bill, and I like the fact that it sort of laid out what the bill is about and why. I also wonder if when we talk about the purpose to promote economic growth, or the original bill had productive use. And it seems to me that's a less loaded term, that it's really about bringing blighted, abandoned buildings back to some kind of productive use like housing, not necessarily for economic growth.
I'm happy to make any changes the committee would like to regarding the language in this section.
So is that a question, or you're just noting that you would like to see that adjusted in the future?
Yeah, I'd like to see the change from economic to productive use. Some land banks have actually taken that and made it green space. And you might say eventually that would lead to economic growth because it becomes a more beautiful parcel in a town or a municipality, but
Thank you. Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. I would agree with Representative Geiger with respect to the findings and declaration of necessity. I like that because it really codifies kind of the scope of what the bill is intended to get to. And in codifying it, what it does is it also limits it in a certain way to require, if something outside of the scope of these findings and necessity, a declaration of a necessity would have to come back before the legislature to be included in the process, as opposed to just putting it out there and saying, oh, well, we're going to use this, and then if it's not supposed to be used for that, then we'll fight it out in court. I don't have a big issue with Representative Geiger's change in the terminology for productive use as opposed to economic development. I think either term will suffice and get to what the intent of the bill is to do. but I do like the inclusion of the findings.
Thank you. And Representative Geiger, I think I would echo that. I could think of a very specific project that happened in my hometown here in Belfast, where ultimately the chicken processing plant that had been derelict for over 15 years, I think I'm getting my dates right, really held back the town, and it was purchased by a business and then redeveloped into a park and given back to the city when NBNA was in Belfast, and that really spurred a broad economic development effort around our whole waterfront. And I would not want to see a challenge because it was too indirect to an economic development path that ultimately it did have. So I'll echo that sentiment around productive use. Moving on to let's keep going on, and we're just kind of taking notes of what we're finding as we go along.
So moving on, the next chapter just establishes the members. I think that it's very similar language to a lot of the other statutes that we deal with. I think each member can read that on their own, and if there's somebody missing or somebody, or they'd like to have discussion on different individuals, that I liked that language a lot, just who's on that and on the board and where they sit.
I'm going to interject that the only changes highlighted here are ones that were put forth in the sponsors amendment, with the exception of the change in this sentence right here from shall to may hire. So otherwise, the other highlights in this section were from the sponsor's original amendment and not directly from Representative Hassenfuss.
Okay, so what we're, just to be clear here, thank you, Ms. Olson. So what we're looking at here is the amendment that Representative Hassenfuss is putting forward to, and some pieces from the amendment that Representative Sachs originally had when she came back from work session, correct? Or came back after the original. Okay. If you could keep highlighting those, that would be helpful. Any questions on that? Representative Austin.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So E, the Director of the Maine Historic Preservation, blah, 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 that is staying in or coming out? It's high.
So it's currently staying in.
Okay.
It's in this amendment, and it's highlighted because it's a change from the original bill. So it's a change that Representative Hassenfuss has kept that the sponsor had put forward in the initial amendments she had suggested.
Is that something easy enough to just share what it is replacing, or is that get really complicated?
Nope, no. It's not replacing anything. It was an addition.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Moving on, Representative Hassenfuss.
And then we have the source of funding, which as you all may remember, the source of funding comes from the fees on the waste that is, the export waste from demolition and the like. And I believe there's also another graph at the end that further describes.
Representative Hassenfuss. Representative Hassenfuss, you're either check. I'm not hearing every word you're saying there.
So yeah, the fund, as you may remember, comes from the the solid waste disposal fee, and then it's own fund for land bank that all of the monies going into that are going to be used for the land bank and sort of recycled through there.
So is that no changes? Is that
no real change there? No.
Yeah, the only change is the removal of the term municipal redevelopment authorities, because as you'll note, just coming up, the establishment, the prescribed establishment of municipal redevelopment authorities has been removed from the bill. So there's no by removing it, we can't make this reference because it doesn't exist in this bill. But
Very good.
Yeah, and the next section takes away the creation of the municipal redevelopment.
Question
Board.
before we go.
1 second. Representative Roberts. Chair Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, while we were on the source of funding, ask Ms. Olson if she can reach out to the ENR analyst in regards to LD 259. It looks like they're doing something else with the CDD fees. And we'd like to see how that affects each other and possibly get input from DEP on that.
Do you have questions around possible conflicting legislation and DEP? Has to get input from DEP.
Yeah, and the ENR analyst actually flagged our bill as conflicting to 259. So if we could figure out what's going on there, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Representative Geiger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go back. We removed the language saying that towns and municipalities can create their own land bank. And we removed that because we felt it was already in their power. So it was superfluous to this bill. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
so we removed the portion of the bill that prescribed how the land bank would have to be set up and structured because our understanding is municipalities already have the authority to create or enter into agreements that create land banks. And rather than prescribe specifically what that land bank has to look like, its structure and how it has to be formed, but to leave that up to municipalities. And that could be a single municipality, municipalities agreeing to work together, municipalities working with regional planning organizations, but whatever their structure would be, leave that up to them to decide. And then the ability to go into for the redevelopment authority to go into an agreement with any public entity, which could include a municipality or a land bank established by a municipality, is addressed under the powers and duties section.
Yeah, and while I'm thinking of it, Ms. Olson, one interesting comment that Representative Geiger made was that we want to make sure that the land bank can't enter an agreement with, like a nonprofit or redevelopment authority that isn't authorized by the municipality. So that's something I'm careful of. We want the land to enter an agreement with a redevelopment authority to do something to one of their properties and then have the town say, wait a minute, this isn't really what we want to have done. So just something to flag there for everybody.
I'll just note on that comment, we have to remember that the property would be, in this scenario, the property is owned by the municipality. And as we'll see in the agreement, it's tied to public entities. And so the ownership it should be by the municipality. So, the only one that owns the property that's being taken is the municipality. So we shouldn't see an instance.
Yep. No, and I just want to make sure that we have the language in the spot where it makes clear that the municipality will have the control over that. And
But this is in service to and not sideways to the municipality.
right, exactly.
Okay. Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Chair Roberts' comments on that other bill, I'm wondering, and I may be way out in the pasture on this one, but I think it's 1911, and that is a fairly significant piece on sludge and all that that would go to, it'll be very costly, et cetera, et cetera. It's to do with farmland and pesticides and all that. So I don't know if that is something that we should watch or or maybe Ms. Olson could. I just have a sense it may have some impact, and they haven't even heard it yet. So that's perhaps why there's been no crossover.
Is that by chance the sludge related to PFAS?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll check with the analyst for ACF and look at that bill as well to see what the connection might be.
Thank you.
And Representative Geiger.
I just want to say that my understanding of that bill is that is a charge being put on tonnage of sludge from the sewage treatment plant and would have nothing to do with construction debris at a transfer station. I think they're two separate fees for two separate things.
I haven't read the bill, but I'll confirm that that's the case.
No other questions on this section. Let's move on to the next.
Okay, so in that, just we talked about deleting that section. Now, eligible properties defines the properties that may be eligible for help from the land bank. I think, I'll read that, see if we agree with those definitions. It defines blighted, abandoned, and hazardous and obsolete property.
So I'll note here that the language is the redevelopment authority may not acquire property through an agreement under section 5161 subsection 1, which we'll get to in a moment, unless the redevelopment authority determines that the property is. And then it uses the terminology that was taken from the findings and necessity section around blighted property, abandoned property, property designated as an uncontrolled hazardous substance site, and functionally obsolete property. The definitions for blighted property and abandoned property came from and were slightly modified from sections of statute already under Title 30A related to municipalities, certain different programs related to blighted and abandoned property. There's some modification because the terminology for blighted was actually a blighted area and not a single property. So some modification to address, rather than being a section of a town or a municipality, to just being a single parcel. So again, there's certainly room for different ideas around these properties or what might determine them, but I'll just, any combination of the factors ends blighted property and any other reasonable information for abandoned. So kind of lays out could be, but could also be something else or some combination of. The definition of uncontrolled hazardous substance site is determined in Title 30A, Section 1365. So I made that cross-reference. And the definition for functionally obsolete property, that we don't have a definition in statute for that. This is the definition provided by the sponsor in an earlier memo. So again, there's certainly nothing that ties the committee to any of these specific definitions, but it gives a working place for the committee to start with. But again, the only properties determined by the redevelopment authority to be one of these four would be eligible to be transferred to the redevelopment authority for the purpose of preparing the property for redevelopment.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you. Ms. Olson, I'm a little confused by this section. I like having the definition. I like that the definition is already part of statute somewhere else. But in the beginning, you say this will be determined by the land bank. But I thought in an earlier section, you said this is property already owned by the town. So is it the town doing this? Why would we have the land bank also doing it?
Well, so the town could determine a property is blighted, but the redevelopment authority could theoretically disagree. So, just in theory. So in order for the redevelopment authority to acquire the property, they have to enter into an agreement with the municipality. And a part of that agreement would be a determination that the property does meet these eligible property definitions as provided in statute.
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Please do.
So again, I like these definitions, but these are not the only things that a town may enter with the land bank an agreement on. They also have foreclosed property that may not meet these definitions, and we haven't left any room for that.
That is correct. That's a correct interpretation of the draft.
So I
So
think we should add foreclosed properties.
as you have, so your question,
Foreclosed or any property owned by the city or town, actually, that they want to use for some kind of development.
so the question before the committee ultimately is, this draft is saying this land bank can only do this if the properties are in this subset. And you're wanting the land bank to be able to engage the community for whatever property they have. If they own that property and they want and need support from the land bank in order to redevelop it, you're looking for that to be increased.
And I'll just note, this came out of, this was developed by removing the findings and declaration of necessity section where it said these are the types of property that are the key focus, are the reason for the redevelopment authority. In the sense that if the property wasn't one of these types of properties, then there really aren't barriers for the municipality to do its redevelopment on its own. It wouldn't need the extra support of the state. So my understanding of the findings and declarations section and what was modified and put here is that the redevelopment authority is for the most intractable properties. That's how it was drafted here. The committee can of course change the purpose of the redevelopment authority to broaden its scope for the type of properties eligible for it.
One other question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Shouldn't we have or after each of these? So it doesn't need to be a blighted property and an abandoned property but rather or. Blighted property
Yeah,
and
I
abandoned.
have it. It's right here. So you do it at the second to last one, you put the and or the or in. It's like commas. They're like in a sentence. So it's this one or this one or this one or this one.
But I don't see an or between the first two.
Yes, that's correct. I only need it in the second to last spot to indicate or for all of them.
Okay.
I forgot the or the first time around. I didn't have anything. Everything ended in a period. So I actually had to go back and correct this. So by putting the or in C here, the second to last one, it means or for all of them.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Representative Geiger's point, I really appreciate the definition, but that is what jumped out at me is that, I mean, we're reading this now, seeing this for the first time, is this language giving the opportunity? Many of us who have served on local boards sometimes, we probably can recall if something is not explicitly written, then they assume that it is not applicable. So I don't know, can we do that, or have we done that now between what Representative Geiger has said? I just can see, we can't even probably dream it up right now, some situation. And if that term is not in here, I can see there being a big debate in perhaps town or town government. Oops.
Ms. Representative Austin, are you referring to the kind of the not being able to move forward with properties obtained by the town for other reasons, so such as foreclosures? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, yes. Back to Representative Geiger's original comment. That jumped out at me too, that if you want definition, but then if we leave something out, I'm just concerned that often at the local level, perhaps they will say, well, we can't do it. It's not in here.
If everyone could check their mute, we're getting some cross traffic. Thank you. All right. Again, we're taking notes. I would like to take a pause from the structure that we've set up here of going through piece by piece. And I do want to hear from Representative Sachs on this particular question in terms of the purpose, the larger purpose here. And so, Ms. Reed, if you can promote Representative Sachs into the panelist group. Welcome, Representative Sachs, and thank you again for putting sponsoring this bill and putting it before the committee. As I see, you've been following along with all of the various questions on this particular question of the purpose and structure of the land bank. This seems to get at a central question of it. Do you see it needing to be limited to these if they're already owned by the town, or are you looking for the land bank? Are there situations where the land bank would be particularly effective and useful in serving our towns by being able to engage with other types of properties? What is your thoughts on this, and what is your expertise here?
Thanks so much for inviting me, and I've enjoyed the conversation so far. Again, this committee is incredibly thoughtful in what it does, so thank you for that. Yes, I have many thoughts about this proposed amendment, many of them positive. Your analyst, Ms. Olson, did an amazing job, as did Representative Hassenfuss, and I think we are definitely getting much closer. This particular section, I agree. I would have preferred language that said, in more positive terms, the redevelopment authority may acquire property through an agreement under section 5161 subsection 1, because again, that all goes back to you're doing this with the municipality, right? So this is what it says. So you may engage in this, which include, and then you have these pieces. I've seen or after each section before. I will defer to Ms. Olson if that's correct. So which may include abandoned properties, blighted properties, properties designated functionally obsolete. I would note that way back in the beginning, we talked about surplus properties that the state actually has that would want to go to a state land bank, for example. So there's surplus. Representative Austin is absolutely right that there are circumstances here and uses of a land bank that cannot be so prescriptive as this language is. I would prefer to say, it also, as was mentioned by Representative Geiger, doesn't include tax acquired or foreclosed properties either. So I would say, or have an additional one that says, or properties identified by the municipality, state, or regional organization. Just sort of that blanket. I think Representative Austin was correct. But all of this hinges on that beginning piece that says it has to be an intergovernmental agreement. You can't do anything on your own. This land bank can't go willy-nilly. This has to be an invitation and intergovernmental agreement. So those would be my recommended changes. I completely get where you're going with this, and I would maybe just switch it to a little more proactive, positive, less prescriptive language to address your concerns.
Is it accurate? It seems like there's two ways that you could get at this. One way is if you didn't have that very central critical, this has to be an intergovernmental agreement, then you need something like this to say this is the realm. But if it of things that we're allowed to do, but with that intergovernmental agreement, that this is less important anymore. Because
exactly. And you don't even, frankly, you're absolutely right, Senator Curry. And again, going back to Representative Austin's point, in this section, you don't necessarily need all these definitions because it is based on what is it that is the need of the municipality, state, or regional organization that would lend itself to needing to go to a land bank. And it is on initiation of those folks. Again, it could be capacity. I talked a lot with Representative Ducharme about this, that there's small municipalities with a tax acquired property that cannot do anything with it because of these other pieces. So if we truly want to make this what it should be, which is a land bank operation that is only initiated by intergovernmental agreement between these entities, then these sort of prescriptive pieces maybe this wasn't the right place for the definitions. That's something more general. I would also add in here, just because we talked about it a little bit, that this does not, somewhere in here, that it does not preclude municipal entities or regional organizations from having, establishing their own land bank. And the reason that I say that is municipalities, and folks I'm sure on the call can talk about this, but that had been the seminal piece around this, is to make that more explicit. Again, for smaller municipalities, larger municipalities, that they're able, or regional organizations, while they may have that capacity, there are many, many statutes that we have that do tweak things to make them more explicit for empowerment of municipalities. Doesn't change anything except for perhaps make them more eligible for funding because they have a land bank entity and know that they can do that. But that's separate from necessarily this. It's sort of a parallel aligned point that goes with that. So my recommendation would be, frankly, to strip this, make it much more general, along the lines of Representative Ducharme, Representative Austin, and your comments, Senator Curry.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. On this section, Representative Ducharme, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, my comment was surrounding the idea of other properties that the municipality may need the assistance of the land bank with respect to things like clearing titles and so forth and so on, because that was part of the issue with, that is part of the issue with some of the municipalities in doing things with these properties. So by excluding them by virtue of their absence in this list, I think you can, I think the list is not bad. I'm okay with that, but I think what you need to do is you need to add an E that says or other properties upon request of the municipalities. I'm not comfortable saying on request or as defined by the land bank or as defined by a regional authority. But if you leave that up to the municipality, then I think I'm comfortable with that, because again, we have to respect home rule. And I think that if we just clarify that as properties upon request of the municipalities. So if your town does not have its own land bank, you have a 3-person board of selectmen and they've got a couple of properties that they just can't do anything with, then they can go to the main land bank and say, hey, we need some help with this. Then you've got local control, but you've also got the ability to bring in the land bank as assistance in helping some of these small municipalities with these types of properties. I think that would take care of the issue. Again, I don't have a whole lot of heartburn with the definitions in here. But I just, I think if you did it that way, then if they've got a foreclosed property or if they've got, some other property that they just can't deal with for whatever reason, as long as the town comes to the table, then I think it'll be fine.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Representative Austin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Sachs, for being here with us, obviously. I may be asking or proposing the obvious in this question. In the past, I have been able to help facilitate some, actually in one case, I think it was a business who was adjacent to I'm going to call it abandoned. And I guess that's truly what it was, an abandoned piece of state-owned land. It was timely. I mean, it was long in time, not done quickly, but it was facilitated. And of course, the state of Maine gained from that revenue of the sale, and in the towns had put it on their tax rolls. But is there anything to preclude if just perchance a property such as we're trying to work on in this piece of legislation is abutting? There's nothing to preclude. Is there that there be some sort of combination or sale worked out to enhance, because perhaps that property is set there for 20 years and unused. Can you help me on that one? I'm thinking it should be possible, but is it?
May I answer, Mr. Chair? Is
Yes,
that okay?
please, Representative Sachs.
Thank you so much, Representative Austin. There's nothing in this to preclude that. This is really those intractable, again, I know we talked about this way early on, but this is what the municipalities have identified as those intractable, cannot be private development. They as a municipality, just as Representative Ducharme, who is going to get so sick of me agreeing with everything he says, by the way. I know it's wicked unusual, but there really is, this is a specific problem that the municipalities have asked us to solve, is those intractable problems that they cannot attract private development. Like you said, adjacent, maybe things have changed. And so a business adjacent did decide that now is something that they would like to invest in. There's nothing to preclude this. And so again, what I would say with this section is you've talked about maybe having a purpose section where they define the purpose a bit and leaving this a bit more broad. Again, at the initiation, the language right now is very top down, only if the land bank decides this is good. Now, they're going to talk about an intergovernmental agreement between the two of them. There's pieces on both sides where they'd be able to negotiate that agreement. I would, as Representative Ducharme said, keep this as broad as possible. This is at the municipality's initiation or regional organization, and should not be something that is so prescriptive that we keep this from, just as Representative Ducharme said, keep it from a capacity issue or a surplus issue or any other issue that might come up for these properties. So thank you for that, Representative Ducharme.
Thank you. And Representative Hassenfuss, I'd like to bring us back to moving along on the amendment, walking us through the amendment. Did you want to say anything on the current conversation, and then and then I'll go back to you for well, it's back to you if you want to address it, and then move us along on the next sections of the amendment. And can we put the amendment back up? Representative Hassenfuss. Did we lose you?
No, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
With everything that was said there, my only concern is that with limited resources, that preference be given to the most intractable properties, so that if you have a property that the town probably could do something with, and then you have another town competing for those same resources with a property that is really in bad shape. I think preference be given to intractable ones, which maybe that comes through rules later on, or maybe we put that in there. But that's the only concern I have with this section. I think all of the other ideas for changing this around are totally fine. And I'm glad that we're working through this. We work so well together, guys. So moving on, the next one, exempt property, and there is a question here on one, the proper language to use, and two, what to put in here. There's exemption on this, essentially exempting Native American land, and that is primarily for if the eminent domain piece there. We don't want to give the land bank any power to eminent domain over land that's not state land or municipal land. But I don't want to preclude Native American land from being able to use the land bank as well if they desire. So I'm waiting back to figure out how to do this language here. But essentially, this section say we might just take it all together and say that Native American land can also be used, be purchased by a bank, and they can help that land if desired. I'm not sure the position on that yet, so we'll have to revisit that one. And other exemptions are federal.
I see a couple questions, so I'm going to interrupt you, Representative Hassenfuss. Representative Ducharme.
Yep.
Question that I had on this section has to do with item B. I don't have a real issue with A or C because those are real specific things. But on item B, I think item B, unless somebody can tell me of a scenario where it might happen, item B should simply say acquire raw land. Because I can't see a situation where there is unimproved land that should be utilized, should have this kind of a thing involved in being part of. Land is relatively inexpensive. If a developer wants to buy land, well, I'm certain that municipalities will create good conditions for them to purchase it. But I just don't know how raw land fits into this. If somebody can clarify that.
Representative Hassenfuss, did you, was that anything in your amendment that you worked on?
That was from the initial bill. I am thinking that there may be an instance where there may be, I'm not sure if it would mean definite unimproved because there would have had to have been some sort of activity on it, but I'm thinking land that might be contaminated. Like for instance, if there's land that, was bred with a bunch of sludge that had PFAS on it, well, now all of a sudden it becomes an environmental problem, and should we allow the land bank to deal with that? So this may warrant some discussion by us as far as do we want to also include unimproved land that might be contaminated or have other issues that are hard to sort of get the property marketable. I think the bill sponsor may have more a better answer for you than I do on this.
Let's ask Representative Sachs.
Thank you so much. And some of my colleagues from the stakeholder group can speak to this directly. But for example, if there's a paper mill with a large forest attached, you don't need to take all of the forest land. This is just, and there'd be no reason. And some of the safeguards that you're talking about around home rule, eminent domain, very specific to to putting things back in productive use. This was language from the reviser that has come from other statutes that again is just protective of let's just do what we need to do and not more than that. So this again was taken from other statutes, and then we had examples of that as well, where a municipality, even if it weren't in the agreement, if there's a beautiful forest next to a paper mill, the land bank doesn't have any right to say, but that would be so attractive to go with that. That is not the intent of this statute at all. So again, it's putting some of those same guardrails that you all had talked about. But again, this had been from the very beginning. This was from the reviser's office saying this is normal exemptions that are included in many statutes.
Yeah, and I expect that the qualifier, it is not integral to the redevelopment of the property, is the key in that sentence, and that it could be raw land that is integral to redevelopment, but if it's
Correct.
not a key part of it, then it's excluded.
Correct. We just really wanted to make that explicit, given, again, very basic language that has been through some other statutes as well. But it's a good point, because again, I think this whole thread of home rule is really important to continue to keep that on. This is a really bottom up as opposed to top down approach, which I know is a little different.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if an example of this would be, I'm going to call it an abandoned gravel or mining location. Presently, there's reclamation is required, but over the years, there have been pockets of smaller parcels that were used for that, and there were no guidelines at that time when they were no longer used for excavating and construction. So I'm wondering if some of that wouldn't come under this and be able to be utilized but as an adjacent, again, an adjacent piece, or maybe a standalone piece, depending on the actual acreage of what was used. So any thoughts there? Does that apply? Would that apply to the kind of, not sure about how to define it?
Right. And I think those are really, really great questions, Representative Austin. Again, though, I'm going to go back to the municipal agreement. This is not, even though there's, we're going to talk a little bit about the eminent domain properties. This is designed as a guardrail to say, let's only do what is needed for that is not and do not touch it, making it explicit in statute that is, which is not integral to the redevelopment of that property, period. So hopefully that helps.
Representative Andrews, did you have questions on this section? Or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just noticed with the exemption A, the note from the analyst to contact a member of the tribes. I thought that Representative Newell could be a good point of contact for that. And I would also coordinate with the analysts of Judiciary Committee, because I know they're working 1626 and 585. And I'm not sure if that language could potentially throw a wrench into things or not. Just be a good idea to check.
Is it my assumption is that it's the intention of the committee, should we move forward with this, and that we would want it to be able to be of service, but not of, but having obviously strong guardrails, that it can't do anything we don't want it to do in relation to the tribes. So if it can be in service and they would like it, then we would want it to be, and if not, then.
Senator Curry, and if it's helpful, I can get the additional statutes where, again, this is trying to mirror additional statutes, and I'm happy to provide that if the community wants, or the committee wants, our community here, if the committee wishes as well, to see where that language originally came from the revisor's office. So I'm happy to do that as well. I think Representative Newell is wonderful as well. And this really is just making sure that there is no additional taking of any land that was needed other than what is in the agreement. So these are great questions.
And we'll let Senator Hassenfuss, back to you, and we'll walk through the next section.
I've been promoted to senator now, huh?
Representative Hassenfuss, thank you. And speaking of senator, I see that Senator Searway has joined us. So before we go on, Senator Searway, would you mind introducing yourself?
Sure, and thank you. And this has been great discussion this morning. I like the tone of how it's going. So anyway, my name's Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which includes Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Welcome. Back to you, Representative Hassenfuss.
Okay. And now moving on to powers and duties. The agreement with public entities is new language there. And that essentially, as we've talked about, is the crux of this bill, is that it allows the land bank to enter into agreements with the municipalities and other redevelopment agencies. And we just need to make sure that the municipality is involved in all agreements with any property within its jurisdiction. And then the federal agencies, the power to enter into agreements with federal agencies. This will allow it to get federal funds, things like that, to meet any requirements under those funding guidelines. And then it allows it to issue revenue bonds. It makes clear later on the exact nature of the bonds. And I wanted it to be clear that these bonds, the state is not liable for these bonds. The taxpayers of the state of Maine are not liable for these bonds, that it all is going to be in bonding from the revenues that the land bank generates on its own.
Any questions on that? I see Representative Austin, do you, was that your hand up from a previous question?
Yeah, I'm just, I just thought I'd just keep it up for the rest of the morning. We're doing so good, but no, you can take it down.
Representative Andrews, did you have a question? No, okay. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was just a question to Representative Sachs, Rachel, Ms. Olson, or Representative Hassenfuss. Do you feel like this number one is strong enough to make it clear that the land bank isn't proceeding without an agreement of a municipality, a county, regional planning officer, state agency? And I'm just wondering if and state agency therefore means that can enter into something without the municipality. So I just want to make sure that what I believe was your intent, Ms. Representative Sachs, is met in that number one.
I'll start with Representative Sachs. You want to address that?
I do. Thank you so much. So the stakeholder group did look at this morning and early this morning, and they are feeling very comfortable that because it's specific to the subsection 1, which we talk about the entering into intergovernment agreements for both 1 and 5, that it feels like for them, the language is strong enough to reflect that you can't do anything until you do this agreement, that there is no independent authority for this. I would just say that I have a tiny tweak around may not be below fair market value of the property, only because, again, as we've talked about, some of these properties, the municipality would like it to go to a land trust for affordable housing or Habitat for Humanity. And so that really should be not necessarily put, I don't think, in the agreement and specified in statute, because it needs to be worked out in the agreement. This is just on the analyst note. Again, I'm really all about what works for the municipality. So the more flexibility we can give the municipality, that I believe, and I believe the language that's in there, agreements may include acquisition or rights in that property. And then they really just, I like it just clean like that, but that's my preference, to give full power to the municipalities to work on these intergovernmental agreements.
Thank you. And Representative Geiger, I believe your question was to all three, so I'll go to Representative Hassenfuss. Did you have any other, any additional response to Representative Sachs' question?
Well, thank you, Representative Sachs, for mentioning that the stakeholders are comfortable with that language. Because I was wondering if we might need to reword it a little bit, just to make clear that any agreement, if it's not a direct agreement with the municipality, that the municipality must be involved in some way and must be a party to that agreement somehow. To kind of, as you said, Senator Curry, avoid the sideways involvement, so that it's a direct involvement through the municipality, not sideways. And the note on there is just, I want to address the concern that I don't want, I don't want an unintended consequence of this agency to be that the town will say, we have this property that we want to rehab it, and then the land bank gets it, rehabs it, and then the town sells it below fair value to a private company for profit, and in and reap a windfall from this. I'm not sure that we want to create this a windfall provision for developers to be able to have somebody else do the work, come in, get it for less than fair market value, turn around and sell it for fair market value. That was just a note I sent to her late at night, something for the community to think about. I'm not sure it applies specifically to this paragraph, but just something to flag for the committee to make sure that we can get a handle around that.
Okay. Representative Andrews. So I have a question for you, Representative. So your concerns or your thinking there was a concern that if there was grant funding involved in cleaning it up and it was then sold for less than fair market value with some hope, you were trying to prevent the final company or business from being able to turn it around and just kind of get a less than fair market value deal and then sell it for a windfall. That's what you were trying to prevent with that. That was the concern you were talking about there?
Yes, that's the concern that no, the sentence itself does not address that concern. The note from
The note does.
Ms.
The note.
That it was based on a conversation I had with her about that concern.
I
And
see.
that,
I'd like to hear Representative Sachs' comments on that. I'm not so concerned about that because I think the agreements would deal with it, and I'm a little hesitant to get it into anything into statute on that. I think that I personally feel, unless someone I'm open to being convinced, but that the agreements at the town level and with the land bank would address that, depending on the purpose and the ultimate goal of that particular property. But I'd like to hear Representative Sachs' perspective on the question.
Right, I would agree with you, Senator Curry. I understand that, and I believe that it is. And George O'Keefe actually who is from Rumford, you talked to him before. He was, if you need somebody later on with a municipal perspective to say that again, they're comfortable, as Representative Geiger was concerned about with the current language, and that these can be developed within intergovernmental agreements. He's happy to speak on that as well. Again, I know I absolutely understand the concern, but again, I really want to make sure there's flexibility for municipalities to grant disposition to where they need it to be. And I think this does that well. And certainly with the reporting factor that's happening later on in this, I think there's a good opportunity for the legislature to continue to check in on that operation for sure.
Representative La Rochelle.
Sorry about that. I agree with Representative Sachs. I was just thinking that it really should be staying on the municipal level for their decision. So I won't add more to that.
Okay, very good. Representative Hassenfuss, if you want to keep walking us through the next section.
okay, and then we talked a little bit about eminent domain. I have a very specific question. And that question is most the stakeholder group, perhaps Representative Sachs can answer it adequately. But my question is, in what instance is the power of eminent domain that municipalities currently have not good enough to accomplish what municipalities need to do with property, and why would having the land bank have that very same power be needed?
Representative Sachs, you want to address that? I think this might relate to the fact that in a previous iteration, we had they needed to have established a land bank, as I recall. And if they hadn't established a land bank, then the state would have had some role. But I will ask you to go at that. I could be wrong as well, but please.
Well, and it is a complicated piece. And again, I do want to note that again, it's very targeted to that subsection 1. So it can only happen if there's an agreement with the municipality. So that's really great. As you and I have talked about, Representative Hassenfuss, this will be more important when we get to down the road, looking at, and you and I have talked about this, that quiet title and helping to remove some of those, what we've talked about, documentary distress in past iterations of this, that to be able to transfer a property straight to a land bank to shield that municipality from liability is important. That often would happen during a title transfer situation, as opposed to, say, an environmentally hazardous. But again, they do not, and the liability piece, I have lots of questions about the liability piece coming up in this legislation, but the two really go hand in hand. It is to protect municipalities from the liability, particularly around environmentally compromised places, and or because, as Ian Housel has talked about significantly, he's got 3 properties that his pseudo land bank right now will not touch because of that. And because they don't have that liability protection. And so it's really a piece to the puzzle. But what I really hope this committee focuses on, is that we have tried through AG review, through revisor review, through legal counsel review with the administration, that this is very targeted to within the bounds of subsection 1 of an intergovernmental agreement. This is not going to happen without that happening.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative Hasselfuss?
No, I don't have a follow-up for an upset, but I do, if anybody is out, I don't know who's in the participant list today, but if anybody's out there listening, that'd be an interesting question that I think would be helpful to this, committee, but let's set that aside.
Why don't we actually, while we're on it, because this might be a central point here. Representative Sachs, remind me where Ian Housdale is, who he represents?
City of Sanford.
City of Sanford. So let's go ahead and promote Mr. Housdale. I'd like to hear his perspective on this.
I will note that it is somewhat tied up with the liability piece that we really need to talk about later on in the legislation.
So if the city, oh yes, so thank you. Welcome, Mr. Housdale. Have you been following the
Good morning.
conversation?
I have been following the conversation. I really have liked what I've heard so far. So I appreciate the work that Ms. Olson put into this. I keep on that statement is, can I live with this? And I think every answer is, every time I ask this, I say yes. So, and to be specific, I mean, this eminent domain section, and is the most important part is just flatly that the state is exempt from environmental liability, and that's just a critical piece of this legislation. So that was my quick email to Melanie Sachs. I agree also with everything else that she said and what you've discussed as the importance of this section. But that's in these last resort situations, the purpose of the land bank, when you've got no other actor but the state to act. And as Melanie said, we have numerous properties in the city, because the municipality can only ever gain limited liability. We're in a position where we have to hope and pray that we might benefit from a brownfield grant. But if we could work cooperatively with the state land bank and be able to remove that liability in its entirety, that would just be a game changer for the entire state of Maine.
Thank you. Representative Hasselfuss.
Yeah, on that same point, you said limited liability for municipalities, whereas complete liability protection from the state. And I do not fully understand the difference there. And I do not fully understand the interaction between federal law, state law, and the municipality. So is what you are saying that if the state owns the property, then it is not subject to liability under some of the federal law for environmental cleanup, whereas the municipality would be subject to that?
That's correct. And just try to give you the elevator talk on limited liability. So that's in the case when a municipality takes a property quietly. So that would only come into play when a property, say, tax forecloses. So you didn't intend for it to become yours, and so you're given that lesser status of limited liability. But if the city outright, say, takes a property by eminent domain, say a mill building, you have both the environmental liability, meaning that the federal EPA can come after you for those environmental violations, and then that's the liability that you're granted. While the state doesn't have that because they're the state, you function at that level, and then you also still are left with the physical liability. So the actual cost of the cleanup, which oftentimes well exceeds the liability from a legal standpoint. My elevator speech.
No, thank you. That is helpful.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is so helpful to me. So this section is in here as a protection to the town for those properties that carry liability because of environmental hazards. That rather than the town using eminent domain to acquire this property, with the agreement of the land trust, it is the land trust that would use eminent domain power to acquire this parcel, and in so doing protects the town from any further environmental liability because the state does not have, it is now the state's liability, and the state does not have has full protection from any kind of liability. Do I have that right?
I think you do.
Excellent. Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chair Curry, and thank you for the clarification. I was not aware of the differences in that liability level, so that was helpful in clarifying that. So against that backdrop, could you insert into what would be I'm thinking it's number 5 on the eminent domain clause there, some language that says upon request of the municipality to acquire through an agreement, blah, 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 blah. And I don't know if you could put that in there, but I think, again, leaving it back to the municipality is what has to happen. And I think that's something that might be a little bit more agreeable to folks.
Thank you. Chair recognizes that was a question. Representative Sachs.
Thank you so much. And Representative Ducharme, I know it's hard to see with all the crossouts, but it does say to acquire in a municipality through an agreement as described in subsection 1. And I keep going back to that because without that agreement by the municipality, none of this will happen. And so that is the clarifying language that I know Ian has looked at and several other of our municipal leaders have looked at and had said that works for us because of that. So I share your concern 100%. And that is why that language is so explicit in there. And I believe that was added at the request of the committee a while ago. So for that very reason.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead, Representative Ducharme.
If in my concern with that, Representative Sachs, is that if you refer back to subsection 1 also confers that authority to a regional planning organization or a state agency. And that those two things in and of themselves are going to be non-starters in the home rule world. It's just, it's just not, it just can't happen because nobody's going to be willing to give a state agency the authority to acquire a property by eminent domain. That in and of itself is going to be no way. So I don't know if section 1 can be tightened up to, I certainly think the municipalities and the county government can be included in there because there are certainly unorganized territories by which county government is the government of record. But when you add in these quasi-governmental groups like regional planning authorities and state agencies, that's where I draw the line.
So, thank you. And Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious as to how this would apply to brownfield sites that a town might not necessarily have acquired because they don't want the liability. If there's a town with a brownfield site that's just sitting there kind of, in limbo because the town doesn't want to assume the liability, how would this land bank authority help with that, or is it able to? Any info on that would be helpful.
Representative Andrews, I'm sorry, Representative Andrews, that sounds like a good question for Mr. Halsey. Is that all right? Yep, Mr. Halsey.
I'll be glad to answer that. I think it's exactly what the purpose of this bill is for. What we're describing are these properties that sit, and they sit. I'll give you the example. You know, we were talking about those cases when you don't even want to have limited liability. There isn't a time schedule. You know, one of the provisions of the municipal tax code is that at some point the municipality has to make an affirmative decision to waive foreclosure. And if they don't waive foreclosure, then you are liable for that property. I'll say in Sanford, I know of 2 properties where we regularly waive foreclosure because we don't want to accept that liability. Those are large brownfield properties that just sit, and we wait, hope, and pray that we'll be able to get a brownfield grant to do that, and that's just not helping. We need to do something. That's what this is. It's being more proactive, saying that we have a cooperative agreement with the state, and that there is a path forward for these buildings. We know that we need to resolve them, and we want to, in this case, work cooperatively with the state to resolve them.
Thank you. A follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Would the land bank be able to do anything with a brownfield site that could not be built on? It's just a patch of land that has been deemed a brownfield site.
It's speculative. I think the answer might be yes, though. I mean, you know, oftentimes what you're dealing with in those situations is title. You know, at this point, the property has been semi-resolved. You know, that it's potentially, you know, not a brownfield site anymore, but it's just a vacant piece of land, but for the cloud to a title. So you can look back at its past history and see that it's been a brownfield site, but in that time frame, the owners are deceased, long deceased, or it was a corporation that's long deceased, and there's no path forward in that respect. So I think the answer is generally yes.
Thank you.
Representative Sachs, did you want to address that as well?
I just wanted to make sure that answered Representative Andrews. George O'Keefe from Rumford is our brownfield expert. And as he pointed out to me via text, is every brownfield property needs a redevelopment plan. And so again, another wonderful use for the land bank. But he said Ian is rocking it, so no problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go back. I feel like we've asked a bunch of questions here. Let's go back to the amendment and Representative Hassenfuss. Can you?
Yep. The legislation piece, it just came off because with with the reporting, we'll be able, they can report back. We recommend X, Y, and Z, and this committee will be able to put a committee bill out. We don't need to specifically give them the power to, bring legislation forward. We can create that through the report process, and through the report process, they'll certainly be able to propose, draft recommendations for that. And
Ms. I'm going to interrupt. I see Ms. Olson is trying to add.
I'll just also add that as a state agency, according to the joint rules, they should be able to submit legislation like any other state agency, regardless of the reporting provision that's been included at the end of the bill.
Thank you.
And those are laid out in the joint rules, not in statute.
Thank you.
And then the next pieces here are just, basics from, state agencies that can sue, be sued, the CEO office. It does have the power to adopt rulemaking. I think that rulemaking is essential for this organization because there's a lot of minutia that's going to be worked out, and procedures that are going to need to be worked out. And I feel that we definitely give rulemaking authority here. And it, 11 says assistance, assist entities engage in redevelopment activities within the state according to the guidelines and best practices adopted. That's, the key function of this agency is to assist it. To anybody else who needs help, primarily the municipalities, through the agreements as we've talked about before. Bonds, this is language that, oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking in the wrong direction. Representative Geiger, thank you.
Thank you. Two things. One, I just want us to remember Representative Deschamps' point about eminent domain, that we're going to add a sentence that makes it clear that it is the municipality or the county that is giving permission to the land bank to do eminent domain. And then the second thing I want to go back to that legislation piece and Ms. Olson's point. Is there some reason we have struck that when most governmental entities have this ability? I'm trying to remember our past conversation, and is it important we put that back in?
So it's not necessary to be included. As a state agency, like any other state agency, they are subject to the same rules of cloture as any other agency or department. So they would be able to submit a piece of legislation just like any other department bill that this committee or other committees has seen to the revisor's office, subject to the rules of cloture.
And
they
that's
don't
true
need that.
whether this, okay,
Yeah, they
got
don't
it.
need specific language for it.
I misunderstood. Thank
Nope,
you.
that's okay.
Yep, and Representative Geiger, I did take note of, just as we did some of the early notes as to what folks were looking for. We're just kind of jotting down and as we go along, rather than trying to amend anything to it right now. I would assume we would get to an amendment when we're ready for that. But I have heard Representative Deschamps as well as Representative Hassenfuss's thoughts around ensuring home rule regard to eminent domain, that it's not coming from a quasi-government agency or a regional development authority, but there's specific authority from a municipality or a county.
If I may, at that comment.
Please.
So in the first part under the intergovernmental agreements, and this just agreements, it's with a public entity. And this first sentence here, it could be any type of agreement with a public entity, whether that's acquiring property or an agreement to help apply for grant funds, or just to maybe an agreement to help develop a redevelopment plan. So that first part is just any agreement. The second line here about an agreement may include the acquisition of property or rights in property. Such an agreement can only be made with the party who owns the property. You can't make an agreement to transfer property that you don't own. So that would, I believe, should address the first concern that Representative Deschamps had in regards to the eminent domain provision, where you may want to be more specific. And we could just add that it's through an agreement with a municipality, or I heard the word county as well. So with a municipality or a county as described in subsection 1, to make that eminent domain section very clearly tied to municipalities and counties. But again, the agreement to transfer a property, you can only form such an agreement if you actually own the property to transfer. The eminent domain provision, I think, is that opens up some more questions, because the property isn't actually owned by the municipality at that juncture. So that is where you might want to consider that suggested.
I think I'm hearing some consensus around that. So when we get to ultimate changes, that I would assume that we'll be including that. Representative Deschamps.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. And I would agree that including the agreement with the municipality in the eminent domain clause language, rather than just referencing subsection 1, creates clarity here and doesn't, it adds a few words, but it doesn't cost any more money to put that in there. So I would concur with that. I did have a question going to item number 11. If I may, item number 11 says that the group or the land bank assist in entities engaged within the state according to the guidelines and best practices adopted by the Redevelopment Ready Community Planning Committee. Does this suggest that if my town establishes its own land bank but looks at some of the rules and best practices and guidelines that this Development Ready Planning Committee has promulgated, but they choose to not adopt those rules for my local land bank, does this preclude them from gaining assistance from the main land bank? Because the language in number 11 suggests that.
Representative Hassenfuss. Did you want to address that? You don't need to
I can take a stab. I think Rachel or Representative Sachs might be better. Intent with number 11 would be, is more of a collaborative work together, and use the assets developed through the land bank to sort of plan your development in the towns. However, if the town already has its own plan, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this would really limit that in the land bank. Sorry, we help.
So was this originally from your amendment, or was this originally from the sponsor's amendment? Ms. Olson?
This came from Representative Hassenfuss through our conversations about tying the work of the Development Ready Community Planning Committee to the work of the Redevelopment Authority. As Representative Hassenfuss just said, that was not the intent, was to tie the assistance to the guidelines, but to serve truly as a resource. And happy to work on wording to make that more clear. As this, again, remember the words in front of you are draft language words. Some have seen more finesse than others. And this would be a separate function from the property transfers. So you can still use, the intent was to be able to still use the land bank for a place as a resource. If your community wanted to work on redevelopment, this would be a place you could go as a resource. And that they, as a resource, they had, through the work of this planning committee, developed guidelines and best practices, but this not rules you would have to follow, although the Redevelopment Authority may, through their own rulemaking, make rules that are aligned with those guidelines and best practices. There's nothing that would necessarily prohibit that. But the intent wasn't to preclude being able to transfer property and have to use their guidelines unless that is a part of the agreement negotiated between the Redevelopment Authority and the entity in that, the municipality in that case. So it's, I guess it is open to each scenario or each situation, but the intent isn't necessarily to tie that. And then we can work on that language.
Representative Sachs, would you like to address this?
Love to, thank you. And I believe this speaks much to Representative Collimore's suggestion, again, in a previous work session about the land bank, and Representative Ducharme actually, about the land bank assisting entities with this planning. I might suggest, and again, brava, Ms. Olson, I'll just keep saying that over and over again for putting this together with Representative Hassenfuss. But instead of saying according to the guidelines, you may want to say include assist entities engaged in redevelopment activities within the state, including the guidelines and best practices adopted, or something along those lines. This really was designed, and so great to tie it back in to allow, we talked at length, I think, at one of our sessions about how municipalities just need a place to talk about best practices, what they're doing, and get some help, even if they're not ready for a land bank. It might just be to explore land bank use, but also how do we do some of this planning around best practices in the DRC. So this just ties it in. Whatever wordsmithing you'd like to do, I would say including instead of according to, because I agree with Rep. Ducharme that the according might feel more like a mandate, and we've said over and over again, these are not a mandate. These are to help, again, a resource to help municipalities.
Thank you. Representative Hasselfuss, let's keep going.
Okay, and the next section would be bonds. And there's a number of different entities within the state that do bonding. There's a number of different entities that we can pull language from. I can't remember exactly where Ms. Olson pulled this language from, but in general, it is designed to say that the redevelopment land bank can issue bonds with, within its own funding sources, but it's not going to put the state or any taxpayers or anybody else is not going to hold them liable for the bond. So that, I think that's an important piece of this. And some of that funding might come from federal sources, and I think the agency can through that. And there's also a lot of reporting requirements for, when it does issue bonds, how much to whom, what, and the circumstances of all of that. So there will be report backs on anything bonded.
I have a question on this, and this question might be for Mr. Halsey. Is this is the bonding ability a significant tool in the toolbox of what the land bank provides that towns do not currently have, or local land banks currently do not have? Mr. Halsey, is that how does this play into it, or do you have that tool and it's just to make sure that the statewide land bank has that tool as well?
I think the purpose is to make sure that the state has that tool as well. So I learned a fair amount from Jim Tischler with the Michigan Land Bank, and he shared a fair amount about his program with me. For example, the situation might come up, right? There's an expected revenue stream that comes in with this, and the land bank might want to double its money effectively. You might want to use part of your revenue stream to pay back a bond, for example, that you might re-grant to a local land bank to operate a revolving fund or something like that. You might also want to be able to, say, borrow from federal grant money that you may receive. So you may want to be able to extend the funds that you have available. Having the access to bonding is I think essential for that state level land bank. The municipality already has it, so there may be opportunities to cooperate, in with that regard with the state. But I think you want to make sure that the state also has that ability, whether it be a revenue bond, a municipal bond, possibly a lease, which I don't see in there. But I just don't see that part might be necessary with regard to this. But you want to allow the state to access bond.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next section.
Okay, that's all a section about bond. It talks a lot about the bonding there. And then the next section is talks about conflict of interest. I don't think it doesn't seem like a conflict of interest would be as ripe in this as what it would have been in the base report that we talked about last week. Nevertheless, this is language in there for the committee's consideration to see if we want to, have some sort of language regarding conflict of interest and, when a member of the board needs to recuse himself and such. I'm open to, changing this. And Ms. Olson, you can walk us through why I put this in here, or if we put nothing in, then how other state law is just going to apply there as well. So this is just for consideration for addressing conflict of interest.
Ms. Olson, would you like to?
Yeah. So, we had a long discussion around this section in our last work session. So I thought it was something the committee might want to consider. It's hard to know exactly what this entity, sort of what it's going to look like, how it's going to operate, all the possible scenarios until it actually gets started. So it's hard to tell if there would be many cases of potential conflict of interest or not. I did look at the Maine Rural Development Authority. I believe we have a confirmation actually coming up related to that, but I did take a look at their statute, especially in regards to the bonding, and a couple of other, other agencies have this language. So it's really open to the committee to consider. We do have some broader sort of statutory language that, as Representative Collmore mentioned, may apply without us having to say it directly. But in addition, there's not significant harm. There's no real harm in including it if that is what the committee would like to make really clear, that you can't have a conflict of interest. And if you do, you have to make it known and recuse yourself in any voting or action that would affect the thing that you have an interest in. So this is, I don't think, again, I'm not sure there would be harm in not including it either, no harm in including it. So it's up to the committee to discuss and decide if they would like to have it, move forward with it, get rid of it, change it, alter it. And if I could, about the bonding, I do want to make a couple of comments.
Go ahead.
So I'll just note that in order for the bonding section to really function well, I would need significantly more direction on what that bonding is actually for. What's going to back the bonding? What can the money that's bonded be used for? And I'm probably not using exactly the right terms, but I would need significantly more information to tie that up really tightly. So what you're seeing is language that is slightly modified from the Maine Rural Redevelopment Authority. I removed actually sections from that statute that are very specific to the types of projects and work that are done by that authority. And so just to note that any bond issued would have to be approved by the Maine Bond Bank Board. And so this language could end up in here and it could effectively do nothing. So even with this extended language, because it might turn out that it's not enough or it's not the right stuff, so I just want to caution that although it's further elaborated and does build in some more standard language, particularly, I mean, again, here is any other matter relating to the bonds that the redevelopment authority determines appropriate as a catch-all. Everything from A to N is more standard about the information frequently provided regarding bonds. And of course, this very important language at the top about how it is, it's not a debt of the state and it cannot be pledged against the faith or credit or taxing power of the state or any political subdivision of the state other than this entity. So I just want to caution, I just want to let the community be aware that we could move forward with this, we can pass it, and it might turn out that when they go to actually do bonding, they're basically rejected. So, and they might have to come back and revise this language. But again, there's also no harm in including it. It definitely covers the core bases of bonding, and could end up being enough. So I just wanted to let the committee know sort of where we stand with this bonding section, that although it's more fully developed than it was, and we do need this sort of necessary information to give bonding a chance, it may not be enough. And again, I think needing to really know what the bonds would be for, could the money from a bond only be used for a very specific purpose and not for other functions of the land bank? So I think that a lot of things would need to be figured out, and those are a lot of really technical financial elements of bonding, and deciding it now may not be the best course of action for the committee, and it might be something that the redevelopment authority would need to come back to the legislature for if necessary. That's sort of where this portion stands. I don't want to give anyone the impression that this will 100% work.
And just to be clear on that, so, and why we don't know that, why that's a question mark to you, is because they would actually have to apply to the Maine Bonding Bank. Is that correct?
I might be getting, that is my understanding, that there does need to, there is a sort of an approval process.
Okay.
Around being able,
whether this would pass is an unknown to you right now.
Correct. And there are certainly other programs in statute that have bonding authority that are not issued bonds because they're not able to give the right information or I mean, and this is a revenue one, so there's a financial element to that, you know,
Right.
Yeah, you need to have the ability to support the bond financially.
Thank you. Representative Hasselfuss.
Just information, Ms. Olson, is there any way to determine that, you know, in a relatively short time frame, so that we get the language the way that it needs to be now? Or is that something that would take considerably more time, and in fact may I not be known until the entity is in place?
I'm not certain of the answer to that. I have pursued the bond question internally and reached out as well to our analyst in OFPR, and haven't gotten very clear answers. And as I said, I think one element is to really know exactly what these bonds would be for and exactly what would back them, which leads me to think that we could do our best efforts and it still might not quite be right. It's certainly an issue I can continue to pursue with individuals who are more knowledgeable on bonds.
Am I inferring that from you that the pathway that might be most useful is to pass it as is, should this be successful and the Land Bank Authority moves forward, then they would come back to us and say, this is why we got denied, or we know now, and now we need to make some adjustments because they want something slightly different in statute, and we need past that. Is that a pathway that you're suggesting?
That is one path forward. And again, certainly something I can continue to pursue as we work it in the remaining weeks we have.
I am noticing I've left Mr. Halsey still in the room. Does anyone else have a question for Mr. Halsey? Otherwise, I'll promote him back to the attendee list. Seeing no questions for Mr. Halsey.
Senator Curry.
Oh, yes, Senator Seaway.
Could we take a 10-minute break?
I would be happy to take a 10-minute break. I'm noticing
I think
that
some
we
people
are,
like to have a time to stand up and
yeah,
stretch.
I'm noticing that we are coming up to the lunch hour. Do we want to combine it with lunch?
Sure.
Would that be a better way to go and take a
Yeah.
break for 45 minutes? Is that acceptable to the committee? I'm looking for head nods in this case. I do see that we have 2 questions up. And so if it's something remaining right on this issue, I want to honor that. And then we'll,
Okay.
if it's not on the issue, let me just check in. Representative Geiger, did you want to address something on this issue? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused, so I wanted to just make sure I'm understanding what Ms. Olson's issue is. I'm assuming this language was lifted from other agencies that have bonding authority. And so I guess I'm looking for what the issue is. If this is standard language with other commissions who have bonding authority, then any additional issues that come up as the land bank forms can come back. But is there something about this language that you think is missing compared to other commissions that have it? I'm still confused about why, if this language isn't sufficient, we haven't borrowed from another commission to add language, or if this is the exact language that you usually see, what's the issue? I'm not following.
So it is borrowed language, but it is also modified language because the language that I borrowed it from included other provisions that were specific to the work of that authority. And I don't have similar language for this redevelopment authority to necessarily replace it with. In addition to that, while there are elements of standardized language for bonding, especially in the section you're seeing under authorization and many of the pieces included under general characteristics, the statutes around bonding do vary pretty drastically across the different statutes and the different authorities and the types of bonds and what backs those bonds. And so, and I'm not an expert in bonding or in the statutory language of bonding, and I haven't yet been able to find a resource that would provide me with substantially more information. And then the other element to that is that bonds are approved by this outside, well, outside of this authority, in the same way that most financial transactions are approved, you know, like.
Right, but that's
on a personal
always
level.
true
So
for every commission. that has
exactly.
one.
Yeah. And so
Okay.
I think that what I've kind of heard as I've been looking into the issue is that even with statutory language that seems to do it, it doesn't guarantee that the authority will be able to issue a bond because there is that outside check. And I just wanted to let the committee be aware of that.
Okay, but that's always true. Anytime a
Correct.
commission is granted bonding. Okay, very helpful.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Ducharme.
Representative Geiger said what I was going to say. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and we will reconvene at 12:15. Let's do 12. It's 12:15. Okay. I know some people are not at home and are need to get someplace in order to find lunch. So we'll reconvene at 12:15 and continue on. Thank you all for your work.
Looking at a storm tonight, huh?
Is it tonight coming in?
Well, I think like 1 o'clock to 1 o'clock or something like that. It's supposed to be like 6 to 12 inches or something like that.
You mean like we're supposed to actually be really in February again?
Yeah. Boy, that wind was something too.
The wind was
Representative-
amazing.
Yeah.
Representative Bernard, I hope you're on the road sooner than later.
It was a weird day yesterday was.
It was. Yeah, it was so nice in the
here.
morning. On Wednesday, it was so nice. It was like you come out of the building, it was like 60 something degrees, and then all of a sudden the wind came up.
Yeah, and it's freezing, but I find it, I like a long, cold winter that stays cold, stays, is like warm up, rain, like melt everything, and come back with a foot of snow 2 days later. And it's like,
Yeah.
What?
It takes away the base for everything to do out there,
Yeah.
It's really
Like,
bad for
yeah.
the shrubs and the trees too.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, just to give you a heads up, I think I will need to hit the road trying to outrun this thing by about 1:15.
Yeah.
Well, let's get started then. And let's reminder, Representative Hassenfuss, if you can bring us back to your amendment, and Ms. Olson, if you could bring us back to where we were in the amendment. We'll see what we can get done.
Great, and I just want to let the committee know that I have tracked down another source of information on bonds, which I'll be able to follow up after today's work session. So if at the end of, after we go through the amendment, if there are specific questions the committee would like answered around bonds, to let me know. And I hopefully will be able to bring more information back.
Okay, thank you. And let's pull that up. Where we left off.
So next we're on the,
I love the way.
on the Development Ready Planning Committee. There are two options, as you'll see on the draft here. There's one that's put on the text, and then the one in the note. I'm agreeable to either option. It for the discussion, figure out what works the best. And it basically, it took the the committee that was created, the development, I'm not getting the name right, but that Development Ready Committee, and it says there, what their jobs are in assisting communities in preparing for new investment developments that maximize financial terms, those paragraphs there. One way to do it, and Ms. Olson might be able to better explain this than I can, but is to actually prescribe in statute that it is boards up. We would dictate, the members, the quorum, what it needs for dates, for voting, all of that stuff, sort of like set the laws and let the group do that on their own. As you can see, it has terms of office, chairs and officers, affirmative vote, quorum, etc. on there. And it specifically mentions the meetings. So this would be more of a formal committee that we would set up. You might meet, here how your meetings will take place, here's when they will take place, and here's the type of work that needs to be done from that. The other option is to have more of an advisory committee that, the members of the land bank must consult with the Development Planning Committee, and that from there, they'll get recommendations on how to implement policy, procedures, literature, that sort of thing. But the ultimate decision of what is put forward in that report would come from the land bank itself through executive director and appointed members from the governor. So Rachel, please feel free to fill us in on the holes I left through that, but those are kind of the two big concepts to think about.
So before we go into that with Rachel, I want to talk larger picture for this. So we have the land bank appointed board. And then
Yep.
this is within that, the Development Ready Community Planning Committee is under that board and has a specific charge. And that charge is the support of communities and the development of their land bank process or their process for engaging with the state land bank. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm seeing heads shake. No, I'm actually going to direct that to Representative Sachs because I think this was in the original bill.
It was. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so we talked a lot about how sometimes communities need to get ready and don't have much guidance around best practices for redevelopment. And that's really what this is. And redevelopment is writ large. If you talk about smart growth principles, we talked a lot about that. I know the Housing Commission did too, but this is really about community and redevelopment. And so this is almost a working group within that. It fits within the land bank so that, number one, again, the staff can help people as they decide, do I need a land bank? Do I need best practices? This is why these are guidelines. But these folks who are in this committee have specific, the integration of things like transportation and environmental protection within the guidelines and the different parts of the state so that we can put together best practices around community development and redevelopment. So it's aligned with a land bank. You don't necessarily have to use a land bank, but we had talked a lot about in one of our other sessions, the fact that without this step, many communities just won't know what to do. And again, we talk a lot about helping them with their capacity. It is a very bottom-up driven, how can we help you situation, if that's helpful. So you don't necessarily, it's an aligned function with the land bank, but you do not have to avail yourself of a land bank, but it fits within this authority because of the community and redevelopment aspect of it.
Thank you. And Ms. Olson, Representative Hassenfuss was looking for your assistance in laying out parts that were not, that he didn't describe well. Anything you would add?
Yeah, I'll just add, I mean, you really have two options moving forward. The intent was always that this is a group within the redevelopment authority that's working on these guidelines and best practices. And the changes to the duties and powers section of the redevelopment authority makes it clear that they can enter into agreements, which may not include property, but could. So there are agreements for assistance. There are agreements that include the transfer of property. And then there's also the offering of assistance. So you have, depending on how you want to view agreements, you have a two-pronged purpose that the redevelopment authority would be offering to municipalities or other public entities that came to them. And so the committee can take whichever approach they would like in regards to how to lay this work out in statute. And I've given you the two sort of options. The first one is to largely make it just to add to more or less the original bill language. But this would be essentially an advisory committee within the redevelopment authority. And so if you wanted to take that route, it would be best to establish it as an advisory committee in Title V, which I'm going to scroll, so forgive me, but that is the addition at the very top of the bill, where I would need information, but this would place the Development Ready Community Planning Committee as an advisory committee in statute. It refers to the section that establishes it, and you need to make a determination essentially on expenses. Are they not authorized? Are they expenses only? There's a couple of other provisions, sort of expenses only if you're not a salaried public employee, but these are I think there was only one example of that, but you'd want to make a decision about this. And then if you do that, we should create the structure, for that, which again makes very little change to the information in the original bill. Sorry, just it's long. I restructured it. So you've got your purpose here, and then the membership, members of the committee, and the big structure change was just to create H here, which is the following members serving at the pleasure of the executive director of the redevelopment authority, meaning they're appointed by the executive director, and then just listing them below. Before, these were all independent sections that ended with as appointed by the executive director. The other changes that are highlighted in this list of individuals and incorporated here were changes made by the sponsor in the sponsor amendment to individuals on the planning committee. And then making it their duty is to, in developing the guidelines and best practices, that those guidelines and best practices should support the following goals. And again, the all household income levels was added by the sponsor in the sponsor amendment. In doing this, I would recommend, but these advisory committees vary, but prescribing some of this information or all of this information could be useful. I think it would be important to make clear that the redevelopment authority provides the staffing for this, and not there's no separate staff, because it's a question of funding. And you may want to outline some of these other elements, but again, it does vary on if you look at other examples of advisory committees. How often they meet, again, the fact this section was discussed with Representative Hassenfuss about what, the ongoing work of the planning committee. So it's not just to develop them one time, but that they should meet at a fairly regular schedule in order to review and perhaps update them. But again, whatever they created, it would fall then on the staff of the redevelopment authority, not this planning committee, to offer that assistance to people coming to the redevelopment authority. So that one option is to prescribe it. And then the other option would be that the work is completed by the redevelopment authority. So those people appointed as commissioners are responsible for doing the work, and their staff, which they may hire. And in doing so, they should consult the people that are on this list. So it would be written out that they would have to consult these individuals. Although, to note, many of them are duplicates of the redevelopment authority appointments. Some are new. So there is a difference between the two groups, but there are some similarities. And then and just to make clear that when the redevelopment authority makes the best practices and guidelines, that they are intended to support the goals that were listed. So again, this is a substantive choice by the committee on how they would like to put this concept into statute.
So just to be clear, the language that is in the amendment in yellow is the more prescriptive model, and the comments, option 2, is the less prescriptive, charging them with seeking guidance from these people, but not requiring a structured, like a commission, a structured meeting format.
Right.
I want to check myself for facts there. Great. Are there questions on this section? Representative Ducharme.
Thank you very much. A question that I had on this, and by the way, just for the record, I like option 2. Again, it's less prescriptive. I think when you get down into the granularity of what we have in the original bill, you're really tying the hands of that committee to be able to do what they might need to do in a given case, because you may not need all of those folks to deal with a property in, say, West Forks, but you might need them to deal with a property in Leeds or something like that. But at the end of the day, who would be appointing the members of the committee in either scenario, option 2 or option 1? And how would that process go? Any sense of that? I think that's probably for Representative Sachs.
Representative Sachs?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So there are 2 parts, Rep. Ducharme. Representative Ducharme, that the commissioner, so those that are state agencies, they appoint their own, and that's why there's that flexibility of designee. And then thank you, Ms. Olson, as you move down there. So those that have a named agency would be selected by the head of that agency. So whether it's Maine Housing Authority, and that's pretty standard throughout. The other ones, at the suggestion of the revisors or one of the House staff members, Ryan McDonald, who's worked with these committees quite a bit, and then confirmed with Ms. Olson that the other ones were by the executive director of the redevelopment authority, so they knew which one. So and oftentimes it would be, my understanding is how the pretty commonly director reach out to have your subject matter expert to come.
Ms. Representative Sachs, you broke up there for a moment. Would you want to repeat that just last bit?
My understanding, hopefully this isn't too much, but the executive director would go to someplace like the Maine Municipal Association and say, this is the need that we have. Can we have your subject matter expert for planning, for example?
And Representative Sachs, do you have given the two models, do you want to make a case for one of them?
So this is a part that I looked at quite a bit this morning. I do think there is value, and Jim Tischler, I believe, is in the waiting room as well, can talk about the value of development ready community planning pieces. As I think I've talked about before, this is a model that has been in every single land bank, the 18 that exists. There is some form of this committee. Some people call it one thing, some people call it another. I personally think that I think much of what Ms. Olson is talking about can be done within some of the processes of the land bank. So it doesn't need to be quite so prescriptive in terms of how you do things. But I'll defer to her knowledge on that. So, but I do think having in statute the members that we would like to have in and actually working on this for best practices feels the most productive and effective to me, is having them all together. But again, I might think about it a little bit more, although I love in Representative Ducharme's like flexibility around this. Love that. For this particular piece, we're really talking about putting together guidelines of best practices. And this was the model recommended by my municipal experts.
I would like to hear from, I want to just check to see whether Mr. Tischler is in the attendee list, to see how Mr. Tischler from Michigan, as I recall, is how they use their version of this. Can we promote Mr. Tischler? Let's see if I can. It looks like I'm not a co-host any longer, so no, I can't. Welcome, Mr. Tischler. Thank you. Thank you for joining us and spending the day with us as we work our way through this important bill. The question around is the community readiness, and we just lost the text, so I lost it in front of me. This committee that we're talking about. Can you speak to how that is utilized in Maine, or not in Michigan, and as we weigh making it a very flexible thing that the land bank forms on its own with little guidance or statutory guidance, the pros and cons of it.
Sure. Thank you, Senator and Representatives, and good afternoon to you all. I'm Jim Tischler. I'm the Development Director for the State Land Bank Authority here in Michigan. In a previous administration, I was the coordinator for the state's investment strategy, which was founded on coordination of agencies to make state investments. I'll start briefly by saying there are a number of states which are either doing this or exploring doing this. And what this is the coordination of state investments across the multiple agencies and departments across the states to achieve better outcomes in communities for whatever those objectives are going to be. There are now, I want to say 7 or 8 states which have done this, and there's a range of models that exist. Some are voluntary, some are programmatic, some are statutory. What you have in this bill is a proposal to set up a statutory structure to then open future discussion on how that could happen. Here in Michigan, we did utilize, I should say, a series of executive directives that were executed by the previous governor, previous administration, to first organize the agencies of the state to start talking and operating together, more of a council type of a format. And I chaired that group, or that group when I was in the previous administration here, when I was over at the Housing Authority. From that base, we developed a thresholds evaluation process, or you could say a minimum readiness standards program for local units of government, and provided help to them to actually achieve planning and process and productivity improvements in wherever they were at, city or town or village across the state. And when they met minimum thresholds and they were established, I should back up, that program, which exists still today and is available for you to look online, was called Redevelopment Ready Communities. Although it wasn't just focused on redevelopment, it was focused on development, but a principle was to help communities that needed redevelopment get further prepared to do that work. The state's strategy with those communities that met threshold was to put them at priority for investments across any and all of the major investment categories, be it transportation, housing, economic development, natural resources, redevelopment, brownfields, and such. That wasn't exclusionary. It was never exclusionary. It is not exclusionary. If a community wants to achieve the minimum thresholds of readiness for investments by the state, they simply need to make requests to the state here, and the state actually helps them get to that level. And what it's done is, you've heard this phrase, where it raised all the boats. It's actually improved outcomes across more than 200 communities here. So my understanding, and as I've been working with the stakeholder group here, is that what you have in this bill is a proposed version that might run similar along those lines, although details, you're looking at the structure here, I think, in this bill. The further details of that, I think, would come either programmatically or through rules or through other mechanisms at a later time. I'll stop there, Senator, take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Yeah, I have one. So you speak to a model that seems to have had a carrot in Michigan, or has a carrot in Michigan, that if they do this, communities then they meet a minimum threshold and then they get a priority for engagement with the statewide land bank. So my question will be for Representative Sachs. Is that envisioned in part of that, or would that be? Is this more of a public or community education, kind of bring people along? Where is that with as part of this model?
Right. And that's a great question, Senator. I obviously don't have a crystal ball, but really it is designed to support communities wherever they are right now. There is no, you must do no incentive program. It certainly could go that way as people get, into this program, et cetera. But I think what you're asking, and what this committee is asking, is, in one way, do you put the power to do those guidelines within the redevelopment authority itself in consultation with all these entities, or do you have a committee made up of these entities to set these guidelines? Those sound like the two pieces. I feel like you're going to get better cooperation and better integration if you have in statute this committee put together, and so that there can be alignment. And I've talked about this a little bit. So the transportation is saying that they're hearing what DEP is saying around community development. Again, this is all about those smart growth principles. So I prefer it in statute. I certainly serve at the pleasure of the committee around this, but how it was originally drafted, that's the intent of it, to make sure that we're getting best practices, recognizing all parts of the state, and that all of these entities are not only invited to the table, but actually come to the table to talk about the smart growth approach.
Thank you. Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. In the Michigan model, there's a committee that kind of establishes rules or guidelines and best practices. Is that accurate?
Mr. Tischler, would you address that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. It was a committee, but it not only included state officials, but included local officials and included private nonprofit representatives who had a contribution to bring to add.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Mr.
please
Chair?
do. Yeah.
Do you recall, is that committee still in existence? And if so, how many folks are on that committee?
It does exist to this day. I'm not a member of that committee any longer, so let me think about this for a minute. I believe there are approximately 30 members of that committee, both in government folks and out of government folks. It's an advisory board.
Okay, that was kind of where my question was going, because the current committee proposed, if we look at the structure in the original bill, looks to be 20 some people, and I know whenever you're trying to get 20 people to agree on something, you could end up with kind of a protracted process, and if we want something to get done, you don't need to have that fight. So that's just my thought on that.
Mr. Tischler, could you speak to how that worked? And I mean, was that an issue that you all ran into, or in terms of, or yes, could you address that?
I can. It's changed over time from early on, where there was a committee similar to what you see in your bill of key principal leads of state agencies organized with an advisory function of out of government folks. I'll describe that as the 30 some odd people. You can think of it that way, in government with out of government advisors. At a point in time, I'll say with the change in administrations here, that shifted to be more of an integrated approach, which had the agency leads working directly collaboration with the out of government folks as well. So if that helps you understand, it was kind of this internal group working with an outside advisory committee, but now it's been merged all together. And because the outcomes were identified and agreed to up front early on and have been advanced over time, there really has been little, there's been more unanimity on purpose and structure because of that process.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Tischler? Seeing none, thank you very much for participating today. And let's see here. We'll go back to Representative Hassenfuss and the amendment as we work our way through.
Okay, so are there any other questions on guidelines A, B, and C? Those are just basically pulled from the original bill. I think we've already discussed all that. The reporting section, biannual report, this lays out that there will be a biannual report from the land bank, A, B, C, D, A through F, say what needs to be in the report. As you can list some bond things, accounting stuff, so that the legislature, that most likely this committee can really see what's being done, things are going well, and where there might need to be some asks of us as the oversight entity of them.
Representative Ducharme, questions?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt again, but my concern, as it has been back along and continues to be, is, and I guess my concern is clouded by what we're currently going through. We currently have CDC guidelines that say masks should be worn or masks shouldn't be worn. And those guidelines are being expropriated by people to create rules. And so I'm just concerned about the use of the word guidelines in this with an entity that is going to come back to towns and say, okay, these are our guidelines. I think there has to be some kind of a choice to adopt or a choice to participate on the part of the municipality, whether it's back in under agreements with public entities. If we add something to the line, agreements include and must opt in with a vote of the legislative body, something like that. I think that's one of those things. I think that, you know, local people know what guidelines they want on their local people. And so I think we need to provide that protection. Is that something possible?
Representative Ducharme, are you comfortable if they drop guidelines and just said best practices?
Best practices work because that infers that they're suggestions that people can agree to adopt.
Okay. Representative Sachs?
Can I just clarify? So again, this is not part of the intergovernmental agreements. You don't need an intergovernmental agreement to call up the land bank and get information. I just really want to make that clear. This is the service around which any municipality, whether they do a land bank or not, this is the technical assistance piece of the bill that is a resource for any municipality in the state to just call up and say, what do we do with X? Or do you have some guidance on Y? So none of this should be subject to it. I want people to opt in if they want to opt in for this technical assistance piece. It is not part of an intergovernmental agreement. I just wanted to clarify that piece of it. It's something we've talked about consistently, but I know we've been at this for a bit, so I wanted to just reframe that.
I appreciate that because I think Mr. Tischler's model from Michigan kind of combined those in some ways with their minimum standards or minimum qualifiers, and this is different from that in that way. Representative Hassenfuss.
And it'd be premature to actually, dictate the language, but you could maybe say like, Senator Curry, I liked your suggestion there. Maybe we could do something like to develop a guidance procedures and best practices for community development or something along those lines. I think we could all get behind something like that.
Ready to move on?
Okay.
I think we were a little further down.
We're at the reporting. Yep. Were there any questions about the report requirement?
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief question. Is there some reason this group needs to do a biannual report? And biannual, I'm assuming we're meaning twice a year?
Sorry, no, it should read biennial, which I corrected in the head note, but I missed right here. So it would actually be once every 2 years.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
No, I apologize. I totally missed that. And I just noticed it, which of course is embarrassing for me, but and I corrected it again, though, totally up to the committee. And this is modeled after MIRA's, Mid-Coast Regional Redevelopment Authority reporting requirements. Although, I mean, some things I had to take out because they weren't applicable, but just to give you an idea of what they could report on. But they require annual reports. So again, choosing how often they must report is up to the committee, and anything that they would like you would like to have included in the report or not included specifically in the report is up to the committee.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other questions on reporting, let's keep going.
Okay, and then we get to the section that stuck to me that I was having a really difficult time with, and that is how do we accurately describe the liability? I think we all understand that we want the land bank to have the same level of liability protection that any state agent would have. But I don't want to inaccurately represent to municipalities or individuals or anybody for that matter, that if land gets given to the land bank, it's fine, there's no liability. So I just want to make sure that we're correct with the language that we put in here, saying that the land bank will have, all of the same protections that a state has, and that we need to worry about specific liabilities around brownfield sites or what have you. And I just don't know enough about the law in these aspects to know what the language should be. So one thought is we do nothing, put nothing in there, and it just would have the default liability that state agencies would have. Thought is we say that the land bank is intended to have all the liability protections of all state agencies. Another would be to specifically task the land bank in the Attorney General's office and DP to do some research and then come back the report on what liability language we should put in to protect the land bank. So that would require future legislation. But so that's all up for discussion. I just want to make sure that we're not confusing people by the language we put in here, and that we're, providing the most protection that we can, should somebody need it in the future.
Representative Geiger, would you like to jump in, speak to this? I'm sorry.
Good, I'm glad, because I'm really not prepared to speak to it. I'm pulling up the original bill to see what Representative Sachs had for liability.
Yeah, that's where I was trying to go. Representative Sachs.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this language, and I'd be interested, Representative Hassenfuss or Ms. Olson, why you took this out. We specifically crafted this to mirror the federal language for the protections, and this actually gave me more heartburn than anything else. So
Right.
very
If I may, for the committee, what's happening in these sections that are being removed? So these are specifically related to limited exemptions from liability as it relates to, in section 3, oil storage facilities, and in section 4, uncontrolled hazardous substance sites. So the issue with the language that's included is that the Community Redevelopment Land Bank Authority, or as titled in the amendment, the Maine Redevelopment Land Bank Authority, is a political subdivision of the state. It is an agency of the state, and therefore this section applies to them. You do not need to specifically call it out, and to do so creates ambiguity around whether or not it is an agency or a political subdivision. So the liability, the limited exemption from liability that is in these two sections already applies by default because it is a state agency and political subdivision. I'd also like to point out that this section of statute, which is being amended, the section of statute is not new. It was just adding the title of this new authority. This is only related to property that is acquired through tax delinquency proceedings or other similar statutorily created procedure for the collection of governmental taxes, assessments, expenses, or charges, or involuntarily through abandonment, or in circumstances in which the state or political subdivision involuntarily acquired ownership or control as virtue of its function as a sovereign. And this applies to states and also to municipalities, which are political subdivisions of the state. So this would not address the issue that was being brought up earlier, because this is referring again to involuntary acquisition. I've tried to dig further into this, and as Representative Hassenfuss pointed out, and as what we're getting at with his suggestion of the option requesting further analysis by experts in the field, is that the CERCLA laws are incredibly complex and they have changed over the years. And my understanding is that the comments that were made earlier about the state not having any liability are incorrect, that the state would not have liability in certain situations of acquired properties, but not in all cases. And so and there have been changes in the CERCLA laws related to the term voluntary versus involuntary. So in some cases, what might be considered a voluntary acquisition, such as eminent domain, may give you the limited exemption from liability, but it may not. And one of the arms of that decision around liability is actually revolves around what's called a defensible action. So you would still end up potentially having to litigate whether or not you were liable or not. And they've laid out actions that you can put forward as your defense for why you would not, or why you would have limited liability, or why you wouldn't be liable. So this is a really complex issue, but as the bill was presented with just the adding of the state agency, it didn't do anything except create ambiguity on whether or not it was in fact a state agency. Ambiguity you probably would not want in other sections of the bill. I don't have a clear answer to what we might want to put in, because I'm not sure that that answer necessarily is clear at this point. If you wanted to move forward with solid language to address this now, and it's going to take a significant lift and time, and we may not be able to do it because I'm not sure we have the answers, but we would certainly need to consult with both the AG's office and the Department of Environmental Protection. And they would need to certainly weigh in on what the language as it's written actually does and how that might apply in the situation that's being put forward in the bill. And that, through my discussion with Representative Hassenfuss, led us to the unallocated language directing the land bank to actually go and do that research work to figure out what is this issue that needs to be addressed and what could be included in statute to address the concerns that municipalities have over these types of property.
I just want to be clear and make sure I understand what you're saying. This is similar in kind of strategy that you're suggesting the committee, one option for the committee would be to how we would address the language regarding bonding, which is to put forward what we know, but also charge them to charge the formed land bank to research and come back if they need more.
Not exactly. The way the amendment is written would actually it would make no changes statutorily to the limited exemption from liability sections. So nothing change, there would be no statutory changes related to that.
Okay.
And then because stakeholders have identified an issue, one that, at least from my ability to research it at this point, is not clear what the answer is to solve that problem, because I'm not exactly clear what the problem is. And I will note the CERCLA laws, they are very complicated, which is one of the reasons why municipalities have a hesitancy to take on that level of risk, because an element of that risk is to litigate your defensible position. So the suggestion that Representative Hassenfuss is putting forward per our conversations is to allow but to direct, the land bank authority to actually conduct research into the question of liability as it relates to these types of properties, oil storage facilities and uncontrolled hazardous substance sites, to determine what the issue is and if there is a fix. Because ultimately, what may be this most significant issue is federal law that we cannot preempt.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there further questions on this section? Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll address it, I guess, both to Representative Sachs and to Ms. Olson. If we don't come to some resolution on this now in the making of this legislation, does that hamstring the purpose of getting some of this work done within the communities? In other words, does it kind of elongate the time frame? Does it make it more difficult? And would communities just shake their head? I mean, I believe I know of one of these sites. And so if we want to get them to a reclamation, I guess, sort of condition where they can be reutilized, Where is it best that this happen? With us, with the other option? Don't you think?
Representative Sachs, I think that question was directed to you.
Right, I will defer to Ms. Olson. I have an answer, but I'll wait to hear from Ms. Olson. She has done quite a bit of work on this.
Ms. Olson, do you have any answer on that?
I can't answer if it would hamstring the work of the redevelopment authority or municipalities. All I can say is I think to find an answer, it's going to take time, and I'm going to acknowledge where we are in session and how much time we have remaining, that it may be a question that is not answerable in the time we have remaining. And that will be up to the committee to decide then, is it worth moving forward with part of it answered and coming back later, or trying to figure it out before moving forward totally. So that is in the committee's purview.
Representative Sachs, did you want to share yours?
I could. I would just ask if with the committee's permission to bring Mr. Tischler in, who is an expert on the CERCLA laws, just to see what baseline. I agree that if there is a certain amount of liability that is already there, fine, take that out. But I do, just since we have the benefit of his expertise, if the committee would allow him to come in and just reaffirm as an expert on CERCLA law, which we've all acknowledged we are not, I'm certainly not, whether this unallocated language that they were kind enough to put forward would be enough to work with, or if there's just a tweak we need to make
Thank you.
beforehand.
Yeah, that if Ms. Reed, if you could bring in Mr. Tischler. Welcome back, Mr. Tischler. Did
Hello
you hear
again.
the question?
Yes, I've been following the question and the discussion here briefly. I have a couple comments for your consideration. The first I'm going to say, don't laugh too hard, is I'm a practitioner. I'm not an attorney. I appreciate the labeling of an expert on CERCLA law. My expertise has been in utilizing CERCLA to do projects here and with other communities and such. So it's not a legal expertise as much as a practical expertise from our work here. And not to dive too deep into the weeds here, but the relevant section in CERCLA is section 101, sub 20, sub D, which is referenced in the original section language of the bill, which talks about owner or operator liability, and where the agency exercises its function as a sovereign. That's literally in the CERCLA statute, but it's relatively undefined. This is the core issue that's been out there. So I mean CERCLA, I'm talking about CERCLA as last amended by the Congress and signed into law in 2018. So in 2020, the EPA, US EPA, issued a memorandum to define what sovereign meant and the mechanics for how local units and land banks could meet the standard of exercising sovereign power to achieve owner-operator liability. And so my two-part response to the question is, I absolutely think it's worth conversation with your own DEP and AG, because I'm talking to you from 800 miles away, okay? But second is that I see in that language at least the baseline of value in that a land bank, or local working land bank operating through acquiring property as defined by your proposed bill, utilizing its authority of sovereign authority, if defined by law, would meet that standard, which is in CERCLA and specified by the 2020 guidance that EPA issued.
Thank you. Any questions for follow-up questions for committee members for
So Jim,
Mr.
is
Tischler?
to break this down a little bit more, if per Ms. Olson, the liability sections were struck, the ones that were originally proposed, and the language was inserted under the unallocated language to just say this needs further fleshing out, would that be, to Representative Austin's question, prohibitive to the work of the establishment of the land bank, which of course will take some time anyway. Would it be prohibitive to that foundational work and expose or the municipalities, if that were to be struck and the language put in under a section 6 unallocated language, understanding that this piece around sovereignty and CERCLA law was included in the first, but is there anything prohibitive about putting in the unallocated language in section 6?
I don't think there's anything that would prohibit it. I would give you I guess I would like to give you a practical response now, which is that if it's nothing prohibitive, but if this bill were to become law in this structure, and were I a practitioner in Maine, the first thing I'd be doing would be going to the DEP and negotiating a covenant agreement to protect my land bank and me from any liability if I were to engage in acquisition of property until such time that the language was finalized.
Thank you. And Representative Geiger.
So just to be clear that I'm following this conversation, your recommendation would be to leave the original language in place because you feel it has value. And the taking it out makes things much murkier for a land bank in Maine should it be developed. Have I
I'll
got
say
that right?
The original language does have value. A decision to take it out or replace it with the unallocated language also has merit. There would need to be an interim action that would need to be allowed to protect land banks and local units that they are engaged in this activity until that replacement language came into law.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Hasselfuss.
Yeah, so I just want to echo a comment that Ms. Olson that has resonated with me and is the reason why I instructed her to strike that sentence. And that is, in Maine, exactly what this statute says or what this provision says is already law. And the fact that it is omitted does not mean that everything that is written in that section will not also be law. So we do not need to include that language in this bill to give all of those same protections to this agency, because every single state agency has those exact protections and all municipalities have those exact protections. Moreover, it seems like, when you read it through, it's providing protections for involuntary acquisitions of property. And it doesn't really speak to voluntary acquisitions. And so it's possible that this, might be saying this stuff already does not apply under federal law. But that doesn't help us for those voluntary acquisitions that might come there. So moving back to my previous point, the language that potentially might be struck is left in by default because it's a state agency, and putting that language in, only thing that does, because it does not give any more protections to the land bank than it already has, is to potentially, now I don't necessarily think it would create confusion, but is to potentially create confusion on whether the land bank has differing, whether it was our intent to have different immunities than other state agencies, because no other state agency has that language in their organizational statute. So it's more of a very technical legal analysis than it is a substantive question of what we want to do. And I believe that Ms. Olson has also run that by other colleagues in her office who share that same understanding of it. And have I articulated our conversation well enough, Ms. Olson?
Yes, that's correct. Because my question when I raised my hand was just to make clear that when I say this portion is struck, it's struck from the bill. It's not struck from statute. We're not repealing these sections of law. It's just not included in the bill. And Representative Hasselfuss put that quite succinctly from our conversation, that these provisions in law apply to the redevelopment authority. There's no need to call it out. And just to, no other state agency is called out in these provisions. And so all it does is create ambiguity. It doesn't change anything about limited exemption from liability that applies to the redevelopment authority as an agency of the state. And I'll just note as well, you know, I knew that this would come up in conversation, so I have buffered the language under, if you go back to the top of the bill, under the purpose section, you will find a sentence that reads, scrolling on my own, but the purposes of this chapter are public and the redevelopment authority is performing a governmental function and carrying out this chapter. So in case somebody wanted to question that, I've buffered it with, I mean, it's a phrase that may or may not mean much. It really doesn't have much meaning, but unless somebody started to question it. And it is a phrase that is used in other similar statutes, programs. So there's that buffer language to try to help address any reason someone might question that.
And that's the question whether it falls under CERCLA law, correct?
Yeah, if someone was to make an argument that it's not a part of the state or a political subdivision of the state, which I do not think would be questioned, but.
I want to recognize Representative Representative Bernard. I know you're on a time schedule here. We have gotten through all of the amendment. It's all very thoroughly. And so I wanted to just check in with folks as a process question. We have had a number of suggestions throughout the process. I am sensing a great deal of if not consensus, a lot of agreement throughout this conversation. What is our preference for moving forward with this? One option is if we want, can push forward, we could get to a vote and fix things on language review if that is the committee's desire. I'm also quite happy if we're waiting for any information that's going to come forward, if we wish to table and bring it back up. I just want to check in with the committee in terms of a process right here. Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Senator Curry. We had spoken during our break, during our lunch break, and I think everyone's going to feel a lot more comfortable, certainly I will, if we could table for now so that I can bring back the amendment. You know, was fairly new to us and it was so large that I think I need to speak to some folks at home for a bit and then get back to you. But and I'll listen to the rest of my committee to talk to me about what else they're hearing in the amendment. Unfortunately, it's just so long that it changes really the nature of the bill. So I would love to have that kind of time if possible.
Yep, absolutely. I just wanted to check in. This is a check-in on process. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that, if we can get what we've all has been discussed here have it, the language all written out, and then we can take a look at it. And that way, it might be a quick answer at the when it comes back, but and it might be just a quick change or whatever. But I think that, I want to say to everybody, they did an excellent job today. I was really proud of all of you. So thank you. So I think it's a good idea. Just table it temporarily anyway.
Okay. And so I just want to work through some of the, before we pursue a motion to table, I want to work through some of the things that I thought I heard some consensus around. And I'm going to ask Representative Hassenfuss if you would mind working with the continuing. Thank you for your and I want to thank Representative Sachs for her very hard work on this, and Representative Hassenfuss for your work on this as well. So some things I heard, and I may ask you to work with the committee analysts to if you would so choose to adjust this amendment. Was some things I heard was to bring back the initial title and purpose and necessity, to bring that back. to make section 11 less prescriptive. Coordination of state investments. I have lots of different notes. All right, so I start there. What else did people hear? I will ask. What else did people hear that we had common notes? Because my notes have fallen apart. I apologize for that. In terms of what we would like to see to move the ball forward here. Representative Geiger.
I have in my notes, we were going to add back the purpose. We were going to change economic growth to productive use, or I thought we should, and nobody else seemed to have a problem with that. We were going to add foreclosed surplus property or some description that was other than the three that we named. We were going to add an E to, and I don't have the bill up, so I can't, I just have down an E to add, or properties recognized by the municipality or the state.
Or county? State
Yes,
or
county, sorry.
County.
Let me just find it here. I'm pulling it up.
I think that's under eligible properties, that section.
Yes. Yeah.
Page 5.
Thank you.
Yes, we
Okay,
were going to add an E to that.
okay.
And then the
Representative
only
Hassel,
other one I
what-
had was to specify again that eminent domain is only happening with an arrangement with the municipality or the county, not between the land bank and a state agency,
Mhm.
or a, I don't remember what the other term was, but it was like a nonprofit or,
Right.
Regional planning.
right.
Right. So specifically in the eminent domain section. I think we are also going to get an answer on from Representative Newell regarding the tribes.
Yeah.
And whether they would prefer to not be engaged in this at all, or what role, what protections there would be. Representative Hassenfuss, your hand is up. I also see Representative Austin. Representative Hassenfuss, go ahead.
Yes, there are just two sections that I think we need more direction on. One is the bonding section. My interpretation is that we would like Rachel to do the best that she can to figure out language that we can put in now that hopefully will work, knowing that it may not. Correct me if I'm wrong there. And the other is, I don't know if we decided how to structure the advisory committee.
I don't think we addressed that. So was there, having heard the case for the two, what do committee members think in terms of which route you would like to consider in the revision of this?
I'm leaning sort of towards prescribing it under Title V, just so that we make sure all the people get there, that they're always there, and it's a revolving process. I know oftentimes, there's these groups set up that are supposed to have appointments, and then just the governor might look at, it's just a high priority, it just kind of falls off the table. So I think actually having it in statute might make it better. And I think the testimony from Mr. Tisser, I think, showed that having a large number of people is fine, is very workable, and that it's done well in Michigan. So I think that'd be my preference, but I'm certainly open to the committee's thoughts on that.
Representative Hassenfuss, I think, this is the amendment that you're working, and so I'm happy to have you stay on that line. And if someone else wants to work on a separate amendment to that, they're welcome to do so. And we can deal with it when we come back. Representative Austin.
Thank you. I wrote down just a very short I have three things. Which option to choose? Option two. I don't have the language up, so has that been mentioned?
That's what we were just talking with
That's
Representative
it right
Hasselbusch.
there?
He was proposing option one. So why not, can you work with Ms. Olson to flesh out what option two would look like? And that way we can see them both kind of in more amendment language. And that way we could have that direct conversation when we come back.
Right. Have you, again, I'm not sure if this, I put down just such abbreviated, must opt in for the towns in their leadership body. Remember the word legislation? Has that been?
Is this for, we definitely spoke to that regard to eminent domain.
Is that where?
Yeah,
Come in?
I think so.
Does that cover it, guys? Remember Representative Hasselbusch said, or somebody said, maybe it was Rachel, legislative body, they felt that covered everything, but I was a little squirmy that our locality may think that means the legislature. And I just thought if we could be a little more prescriptive as to the local governing body or select or council or something like that. I thought, you don't have to do it. I just want to know if we've flushed it out.
I think in every instance we've attempted to make that really clear, but if there's one that you're aware of that it's still vague, but I think we've put county or local or county. Representative Ducharme.
Wait, just one more. Just
I'm
one
sorry,
more.
Representative Austin. My
I'll be
apologies.
quick. The reference to DEP coming up with some sort of a determinant did we decide that's not valuable? Well, it's valuable, but not to do it now, because I just wonder if that kind of re-answer that for me. DEP stands out as a very ominous body at times when things like this are being done. I mean, they really have some really strong ideas. So I didn't know if we could help by having some sort of prescription from them ahead of time, but.
Representative Austin, I don't think it's one that we can necessarily would shape the bill, but it might inform the committee. And so we have asked Ms. Olson to reach out and to that, and I'm sure people will, I see that the bill sponsor is reaching out. And so I would expect we would get more information if there's anything between committees that we should know that will impact this or not impact this, but I don't think it will shape the language necessarily.
Okay, perhaps our gentleman guest, was that in his circular? Is that where he made some reference to it too? Wasn't it? No,
Oh, in regard to
circular coverage I'm probably getting everything meshed together.
Yeah.
If I could clarify, if that's okay, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify for Representative Austin. So if anybody needs to know, Nick Hodgkins, who is an employee of DEP in the oil and hazardous waste, was part of the stakeholder group. So he's an excellent person if you're wondering about DEP stuff. I wanted to end by saying I don't have any problem with removing the language around limited liability. I don't know if the only clarification I would ask is if there needs to be authorizing a sentence within the unallocated language to allow the land bank to get an agreement with DEP around a covenant. Whether you need that, I'm perfectly fine with everything else. But I also just want to let you know, Nick has been a great resource if you have DEP questions. He has been part of our stakeholder group from day one.
Thank you.
Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. I think Representative Austin was referring to, I had suggested that we include under powers and duties, subsection 1, where it talks about agreement with public entities, putting language in there that a municipality must opt in with a vote of the legislative body to any kind of agreements with this. And I think that was what she was referring to, just to clarify.
Ms. Olson, you wanted to,
Well, sure. That first part about entering into agreements with public agencies or government institutions, The examples given, it's very broad for agreements in general, local, regional, or state agencies and institutions for the purposes of this chapter, or to effectuate the purposes of the chapter. And those agreements are not necessarily about land. So that section, not all of those public entities would have a legislative body to vote to make that decision. If you wanted to use that language as it relates to the acquisition of property or property rights, which do need to come from an organization like a municipality that has a body with some type of legislative body, I think we could put it in that section. It's still section 1, but in the sentence about property acquisition.
I think the gist of what I was looking for is that the legislative body of record, whether it be a municipality or a county government or something like that, had an opt-in vote to comply with the guidelines or whatever that may be coming forth from either the regional development committee or the land bank, just kind of an assent, if you will. I know from time to time at the Board of Selectmen, we had certain things that, oh, well, you have to take that before the voters, and then you have a article on the town meeting warrant that says, will the town agree to participate with Maine Land Bank Authority for the purposes of dealing with derelict and distressed properties and being able to take advantage of their assistance. That's really all I'm looking for there, so that municipalities, by and large, their citizens know what's going on. That's all I was looking for there. And I don't know how you wordsmith it in there or what section it goes to, but I think that's important, again, to protect the home rule piece and to give people the idea or the imprimatur that this is really to help them, as opposed to some kind of a, as Representative Sachs said, a top-down driven by state government kind of thing. So that's what I would look for.
Ms. Olson, did you have a follow-up?
My only follow-up is, since I'm technically working for Representative Hassenfuss, would be if he wants to include that language. And then if he doesn't, then just to remind anyone that wants something that Representative Hassenfuss doesn't want, can still reach out to me to draft language. Just either have to tell me now, or which ultimately we'll have a follow-up conversation, but just to let you know so that pieces don't get dropped.
Thank you very much. The clarity is helpful. Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to something Representative Ducharme just said to make sure I understand it. So it seems to me there are two sections of this bill. One is the land bank. And what you seem to be saying, and I perfectly agree with you, that any relationship between the land bank and a municipality or a county needs to be confirmed by a vote by that city council, those select board, voters, commissioners, etc. But then there's a second piece, which is an advisory body that develops expertise that it seems to me we do not want to have a vote every time the city planner wants to call them and say, how have other municipalities dealt with this? What's the best practice for moving a brownfield forward under eminent domain? Or I think those are two separate things, right? One is a formal relationship with the land bank to do some kind of redevelopment with the town. And the other is simply an advisory body that is there for anyone who wants to call to say, what is best practice? What are the guidelines? Are we in agreement on that?
We are.
Okay.
We are. I think by classifying the regional development or the development committee as an advisory committee to promulgate guidelines and best practices, or however you want to put it, I think that takes care of that. And as long as there is initial buy-in by the voters of the whatever the governing body is, then they have to understand that there are going to be some rules and stuff that people have to be able to adopt. So I'm with you there.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay. Are there any other comments from the committee members? Thank you for your Representative Geiger.
I just want to take a second and thank everyone who's been working so hard on this bill. But I particularly want to acknowledge Representative Sachs and the group she's been working with over the last 2 years. I'm so struck by the thoughtfulness of this bill that in every section, it's very clear to me, you stopped and said, the intent of this bill is to help municipalities and counties. And is this section doing that? It seems like you always put that at the front. Is this the best thing for municipalities? And I think that shows throughout the thoughtfulness of the bill. And I want to thank you for that. I really appreciate how much this is needed as a former city councilor. And also that you made sure that municipalities weren't going to get hamstrung if they entered into this. There's no tricks, there's no games, there's no rules that are going to catch them. At each structure, you said, how does this help the municipality? And you made sure to structure the bill that way. And I just want to really honor that. So thank you.
Aw, thanks. But really, the stakeholder group has been working on this bill for 2 years. So this is why they are amazing. This is coming from Sanford to Caribou saying we need this. So thank you, but it's really them. But that was very nice. But it's really this stakeholder group is amazing.
Before we end the work session, actually, before we entertain a motion to table, I wanted to reach out, Ms. Olson.
Thank you. I did not get the clarification I needed from Representative Hassenfuss on whether or not he wanted that included in the amendment. And there are a few other sections that I had questions on that, again, the committee doesn't have to give me direction and you can just leave it up to Representative Hassenfuss to decide, or the committee can weigh in on those parts. But I do still need more info.
Yeah, I am happy to include everything that has been discussed here from the committee into the amendment. I think the only discrepancy, and unless we want to talk further on this now, would be the option 1, option 2 with the Development Ready Planning Committee as far as establishing them under Title V or elsewhere. And so it's my understanding right now that my amendment will be establishing that planning committee under Title V, and that Representative Austin and Ducharme may contact you about options, doing it a different way if they so choose.
Ms. Olson, you had other questions that you were wondering if the committee had instructions for you or for Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes, I do. The first one is for those of you considering option number 1, Representative Hassenfuss, in terms of prescribing the Development Ready Community Planning Committee to Title V when it comes to expenses for that agency, a decision on not authorized or expenses only. Again, Representative Hassenfuss can make these choices on his own with me independently, but I'm just bringing it up so if the committee does have a preference to facilitate the discussion.
Can I just stop us there just for a second? And I want to know, is option 1 or 2 going to be a deciding factor for the members here? So for instance, if I said I want to move option 1 and somebody else said they want to move option 2, is that going to keep us from getting a unanimous or a very strong committee report? Or do people not feel super strongly about it? I'm willing to be flexible with option 1 versus option 2 in exchange for a unanimous or as close to unanimous report as possible. So I just am feeling the committee to see their thoughts, and maybe the answer is to still have Rachel get 1 and 2, and then we might just look at it and say, well, we like this one or that one. Just wanted to throw that out there to everybody first.
Representative Hassenfuss, I think my preference is to see both continue, and so if you're willing to continue to with option one, and then if we could see some structured language, just not there yet, honestly, in terms of which way it makes sense. I'm hearing the sponsor saying it makes good sense. I like flexibility in general. And so I'd like to spend a little time to think about that. So I'd like to keep option one. I'd like to keep option one on the table and then be able to consider it later.
I can turn off my camera, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Olson, my amendment will be option one, and if somebody else from the committee wants to reach out with an alternative to that, that is their prerogative to do so.
Yeah. Was there other items?
Yeah, there are. I heard that the committee wants to add back a findings and declaration of necessity section. As the bill has been changed and the committee is now opening up the type of properties to not just be blighted, abandoned, environmentally hazardous, and functionally obsolete property. And the purpose is for productive use. So I can write creatively, but I can't do so without information from the committee. So as it currently stands, I don't think the findings and declaration of necessity section aligns with the amendment put before you. I will need direction from somebody on the committee who would like to take ownership of an amendment for this section to give me direction on what you want these findings to say. And it needs to align with the language in the bill. It cannot be substantive, and it cannot deter from the purpose and the powers and duties of the rest of the bill. So it needs to be aligned. And so I would need to work, no one has to give me an answer right away, but if somebody would like to step forward to ask for a specific amendment, Representative Geiger, great. I'll reach out to you to set up a time for us to have that discussion, just so that we can get at what it is you really want.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
So I think I saw that Representative Geiger was going to reach out regarding that portion of it. And we'll have a Representative Geiger amendment that is offered, possibly friendly, to this at the next work session.
And of course, there can be competing versions of that.
So am I, in regards to the for option A for the community ready board, or option one, that is, you would need language regarding authorized or just expense. And am I clear that expense, you can cover things like mileage? Authorized, they can have a budget. And is that correct? Is that the difference that?
Oh, sorry. The first one is not authorized, as in they would get nothing. And no expenses are authorized, not authorized. And then the other option would be expenses only. And I mean, there are some other options, but those are the two standard ones. Happy to discuss if people are not satisfied with those options, what they would like to see instead. But
so for those who are thinking of option eight, I would assume not authorized. But if they would be doing that as part of their other work. Okay.
And then
Yeah, I'm thinking that they're all going to be, it'll be like rolled in with their day jobs, I would think, most of the people on here, especially anybody who's a commissioner or designee, and then ones in the nonprofit world too, I think, could do that as part of their actual, employment in whatever profession they're on. I just want to be fair to make sure we're not not requiring somebody to do something that they don't actually get at least expenses reimbursed for.
That's yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I also heard, and I just want to make sure, now this amendment is public, as shown to the committee today, so I don't need any additional authority to share or discuss it with other groups. But I was asked to look into LD potentially 1911, most likely with ACF, about sludge. I think it was sludge. Don't worry, I remember enough that I'll know what I'm looking for. And LD 259, thinking about how they impact each other. And the committee requested that I reach out to DEP regarding the construction debris fee within the bill and any conflict with currently proposed legislation, as well as getting input from DEP as it relates to the liability sections. That may not change anything that the committee decides on, but to at least bring back more information that I'm able to find. Oh, just kidding. They're both with ENR. Great. So no deviation from that task as requested. I do see a hand. I'm not sure if it's related to what I just said, but
My question was, at the end of all of this, before we come to a vote, can we get like a clean, this is a clean bill, this is what we're proposing, so that we have clarity? And if we have two options with the advisory committee, then we have option one, option two, and it's clearly defined so that we don't have guesswork going into a vote of this is what we're intending or this is what we're not intending. That's kind of my thought. So
I thank you, Representative DeSharm. I think we certainly can ask for that. I know we're getting towards the end of our time in committee of when we need to get bills out. And so that's the desire, but we might run into work session time and committee analyst time. So that's our goal, that's our hope. But if we have to deal with something, you know, we'll deal with it in the best form we can. But we're running out of days. So
I'll just note that the next one can come back in a cleaner form. Today's version was provided so that you could see where things were changed from the original bill. But as we move forward, I can bring you back one where at least the entire, portions where I struck out entire sections of the bill, that you don't need to see that moving forward unless there was a reason to. So yeah, the next version will be cleaner. It might not be totally clean, but it'll be cleaner. I thought I had, I will attempt to get more information about bonds. Again, might not be able to get us a clear answer on that, but I can get us more information that will help us in that section. And I think sorry, I'm going through my own notes as well. There were, of course, a couple of other things that were brought forward to the committee for the committee's consideration by Representative Hassenfuss, things about the conflict of interest provision and the level of prescription you'd like to give in option number 1 to the planning committee. Those can be left up to Representative Hassenfuss to decide in his work with me or with anyone else you'd like to reach out in relation to those. But I think those were the last pieces that I wanted to just go over before we adjourn today, and just to check that if there is anything else the committee would like me to pursue in terms of gathering information, to ask now before you table it. And just to remind the committee that any individual committee member can reach out to me to request an amendment to the whole thing, to a portion of the thing. But if you do that, and then you want me to share it, it has to come from you. You have to tell me you want me to share it. Okay. It can't come from someone else. You can't assume that I'm going to do it. It's got to be specific. And I know that can be tough. Okay. I'm off my soapbox on that.
Thank you. Representative Geiger.
Yeah, just one last thing. I'm well aware, Ms. Olson, that is a very long list. I also believe this is a really important bill and we need to vote on it out of committee this session. So I guess I want to invite you to sort of prioritize those. Which are the most important ones that need to be answered to bring this bill to a vote, and not sort of seek perfection, which is the enemy of the good here. So there are some things that need to be dealt with. There are some things we'd like. I think our intent, our goal needs to be that this will come for a vote in our committee this session, and not tabled in the hopes that everybody's reelected and comes back again. It's an important bill. Representative Sachs and her group have done tremendous amounts of work, far more than most bills, to bring it here. And so I just don't want us to get lost in the weeds. And I don't want to invite you to have to chase down every random thought that we've all expressed over the last 6 weeks.
I think we're on target for being able to vote this out. I want to, at this point, I want to entertain a motion to table. Is there a motion to table LD 1694?
So moved.
So move, Senator Steerway, second by Representative Hassenfuss. All those in favor of tabling? And that bill is now tabled, and and that is the only bill on our agenda today. So I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
Stay safe out there.
Yes, yes, move to adjourn, somebody?
Second,
Adjourn.
move to adjourn.
Thank
Second.
you. All those in favor, we'll see some hands.
Yes.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Rachel.